Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. Wanted to let everyone know that Chair Holmes is with his wife this morning. She's having surgery, so I'll be your chair this morning. Well, all day, actually. So we're going to the 9 a.m. item, fiscal year 2023-24 departmental budget presentations. Receive presentations from county departments on fiscal year 2023-24 budget requests and provide direction to staff on any adds, deletes, or changes to the budget presentation. Okay, so moving on, is this my list? Okay, I will take it away to CEO.
Thank you, Chair Jones, and good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to join many of our county leaders over the next 2 days to highlight department's accomplishments to date and emerging issues for the coming fiscal year. As supervisors are aware, the proposed fiscal 23-24 budget will come before the board at its June 13th meeting. But today and tomorrow are opportunities for the departments to share their stories, their insights, and their anticipated needs as Placer County continues to grow and evolve in service to our residents, businesses, and communities. With that, I'll turn over to Deputy CEO Daniel Chatney to kick off the next 2 days.
Thank you, Jane, and good morning, board. I'm Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. So just want to set the stage for the next 2 half days for you a little bit. Starting with our budget development schedule, as you all know, we start in November with our Board of Supervisors budget workshop, and then continue all the way through till today for department budget presentations and tomorrow. And then after today's and tomorrow's meetings, we'll be working with the individual board members to discuss the budget overview, any adds, deletes, or changes that needed to go into the budget before we set a recommended budget during the course of April and May. Bring that forward to your board on June 13th for our public hearing, and then June 27th, 2 weeks later, is our anticipated budget adoption day. Remembering back to our budget workshop in November, some of the goals that we had for this year's budget would be to continue to fund current levels of service, prepare for increasing staffing to maintain service levels, take care of the capital we have, and prepare for new capital needs into the future. If you remember back on that day, your board gave us direction to allocate $5 million of additional funding to facilities for deferred building maintenance projects and an additional $27 million into our capital reserves for future capital needs. Again, at the workshop, we presented some budget development policies. Again, we wanted to submit a balanced operational budget where new year revenues equal or exceed new year expenses. We wanted to maintain our transfers from the general fund for our public safety fund, HHS fund, library fund, fire fund, et cetera. We implemented tiered budget submissions this year where departments had 3 different due dates depending on the complexity and the size of their budgets. We implemented vacancy savings set to a multi-year average. Just a reminder that we did honor our request to adjust salary savings throughout the next fiscal year if departments are exceeding their budgeted salary savings. We are implementing objectives and performance measures with this new budget cycle. And then we also implemented the additional $8 million a year annual PARS contribution for funding long-term post-employment obligations. So here's an overview or snapshot of our proposed or our working budget for fiscal year 23-24. For county operating funds, we are working on a budget of $989 million, which is about a $52.5 million increase over the prior year. That's mostly driven by increasing general fund transfers out to other operating funds and salary and benefits. Our capital and road funds have a decrease in the working budget right now of $17.2 million. That's not unusual. The capital and road fund budgets rise and fall each year depending on the scope of the projects and the type of work there. This one is mostly driven by HHSC and the work most of the work that will be completed this fiscal year preceding that. Our proprietary funds, which are kind of our enterprise funds, ISF funds, has an increase of $17.3 million for the 23-24 working budget. and CSAs and special districts also increasing by about $6.7 million. So our total working budget at this point in time is $1,395,793,149, or a $59.4 million increase over last fiscal years.
Susan, Chair Jones, can we ask questions as we go, or do you want to try to get through the whole? What would you prefer?
Please ask it as we go.
Sure. On the slide where we're talking about the general fund transfers and the salary and benefits, the 52 million increase, what percentage are salary and benefits of that increases?
I don't know the number of that off the top of my head, but if we're seeing about a $10 million growth in general fund revenue, then 51% of that goes to the public safety fund off the top.
Right.
It's a flat allocation to library fund, fire fund, that doesn't change, but we also have about a $2.5 million increase to HHS to help them balance their budget and the working budget. So I would say the vast majority of that is related to labor negotiations that completed last fiscal year for
Right.
PPEO and management, and then and any other adjustments that are coming in for this year.
So perhaps we could get a breakdown on that
Sure.
later, because I do think that's a question I want to make sure, as we negotiate with various groups, we see it incrementally.
Right.
And I don't know that we ever see it as one.
Sure.
And I think that's important for us to share with our employees and also with our constituents, so,
Okay.
on salary and benefits. Thank you.
So here's the next chart is funded positions, and this is just showing our 22-23 adopted budget and how many positions we had. 2,795 funded positions, and that includes 6 funded contract employees. Right now, our working budget for 23-24 is at 2,849, or an increase of 54 FTE total, just between July 1st and now. And that does not include any supplemental requests that you will see over the course of the next 2 days, which totals 33 additional supplemental request positions coming forward. And here is our just a brief overview of the supplemental requests that have been submitted from the departments. Total $7.5 million. We have offsetting revenue or other funding sources that cover about 2.3 million of that, and so 5.2 million is being requested of the general fund to help support. 2.9 million of that is a one-time request of general fund, so these are types of special projects, one-time uses of capital and different things like that, and the ongoing request of general fund, $2.3 million, is roughly covering most of the 33 additional positions being requested. So what's included in the 23-24 budget? We have property tax revenue estimated at a 5% growth over current year. And remember, this current year, we had kind of an anomaly year of a 9% growth in property tax revenue. And just as a reminder, many counties saw that same level of increase across the state. And we've kind of tempered that down with the 5% growth. That's usually about our 5-year average, is between 5 and 5.5%. And just for your reference, any 1% of additional growth equals about $1.5 million in additional revenue to the general fund. So sales tax, we have it budgeted at fiscal year 22-23 projected amounts. We've now included our debt service for the new Health and Human Services Center building. That's roughly $4.5 million. Our personnel allocations that have all been approved during fiscal year 22-23 to date. And then we did make a $1.5 million contribution to the Open Space Fund. What's not included? American Rescue Plan, stimulus, revenue, and expenses. So I will say that we have received 100% of the ARPA revenue, but we've been budgeting it incrementally as different projects come to the board. The most recent one that the board approved was the Placer 1 and Sunset Sewer project at $28 million. So that will be budgeted in Public Works' budget for this fiscal year, and that will carry over as a rollover encumbrance into the next fiscal year. So we won't actually budget for it. It will just increase in budget at the beginning of the next fiscal year. Oops. Supplemental requests, again, those are not included in the budget as it stands today. And then we will adjust property tax revenue in Q1 if needed, depending on the actual property tax roll. And then any continued negotiations on salary and benefit costs for labor groups is not known at this point in time. So I'll pause there for any questions before I go to the next set of slides.
Yes, Supervisor
Okay.
Gustafson.
Thanks. On the property tax assumption, obviously, we've typically run at a certain number, but we have, as you know, and as we're all working on, additional positions coming in because of the growth we're experiencing in new homes. And so wouldn't we anticipate that that should be a very conservative number that you've estimated,
It is.
Okay.
It is, Supervisor. Yeah.
just based on the new activities we're seeing and the,
Right, and so, we are also looking forward to the new model that we have. We've been talking about this growth model of staffing needs and rollout or absorption rate of these new construction projects and things. So that's one of the goals that we have out of that also, is to see that timeline and the absorption rate of new homes coming online,
Right.
and then how that will affect our revenue targets in the
right,
future.
understanding how that grows. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and our CEO has something.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Just a point of clarification to expound upon what Daniel shared. We have been working with our departments for over a year now, talking about the coming changing landscape of Placer County. We have commissioned a consultant who has done this work for many other jurisdictions to take a look at essentially when growth comes online, how does that reverberate across your service portfolio? This is a consultant contract that will be coming to the board in May for work that will begin with our departments this summer. Because while we do know that tens of thousands of homes are coming to Placer County, they're not all coming tomorrow. So what does that look like? When will those come online so that we can plan and grow responsibly?
Right. And sustain the new positions that we'll be considering through this budget, right? We want to make sure that we can offer that through the coming years.
Right.
Good, thank you both. Can-
Okay, so moving forward, to set the stage for the presentations from the departments today and tomorrow, I'm going to quickly walk through the slide format and the order of the slides. So we try to do this in a manner that provides a maximum amount of consistency in delivery to make it easier for the board and the public and anybody concerned with this information to focus just on the data being presented. So it kind of looks to be more similar, slide to slide, and so kind of keeps it more cohesive like that. So the first slide that you'll see is the sample budget structure. So this is not an organizational chart. It's not a department's operational organization chart. This is the budget structure. So this would be the cost centers within a fund or the cost centers within a department, and then followed by programs and project levels as well. The narrative section of the presentations will focus on accomplishments. So the things that the departments have accomplished over the last year that they want to highlight for your board, highlight emerging issues and departmental priorities, and also present on objectives and performance measurements or performance measures. And I just want to say at this point that, in my opinion, the objectives and performance measures that were submitted for this budget cycle, this was our first time doing this, were actually really good. And my thanks to the departments that put the time and effort into doing that and doing so well in putting them forward. So we wanted to at least daylight them to you today and tomorrow in the budget document. This is a sample 23-24 budget operating versus capital expenditure slide. So this is a sample. It's just going to show you the overall operating budget and capital budget for any specific department. And then we have the revenue and expense comparison. So this is a multi-year look at fiscal year 2021 actuals, 21-22 actuals, the 22-23 adopted budget, and the 23-24 working budget as it stands now, and showing the expenses in blue and the revenue in green. And any difference in there would likely be net county cost, or the general fund covers that much of it, or they rely on some use of fund balance from their own operating funds as well. And then we've highlighted this year major budget variances as well. So just, there's a lot of information in the $1.4 billion budget that we have. But by department, we're seeing some similar, but some different trends as well. And we're just trying to highlight for your board kind of what the major drivers are that are causing variances between the 22-23 adopted budget and the 23-24 working. And this year, we decided to go ahead and get rid of the poorly scaled line graph from last year that showed lines going up and lines going way down, or just a flat line. So what we did, just created a table of the adopted number of staffing allocations by department for the last couple fiscal years, and then the working budget now. And again, this number does not include supplemental requests that are still to be considered. And then here is what the sample supplemental request looks like. So it has the cost center, the title of the request, the expense or any revenue that's offsetting, and then the net request, and then what the assumed source of funding would be. So in this case, it's just showing general fund and an ongoing for a position and one time for equipment expense. But that's what the supplemental request will look like by department. And we encourage the board to consider these requests within the limits of available funding. And then at the conclusion of both days of presentations, we anticipate reviewing the full list with the board and then taking any direction on any of those requests that you want to provide for us. And that wraps up my presentation, setting the stage for the next 2 days. I'm happy to answer any other questions. And if not, then I will invite up our first department presentation, which is the Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, everybody. Shane Wright here, proudly serving you as your undersheriff. With me, I have our ASM, Jerry Rogers, which I'll be turning over him just briefly, real quick. First off, this was first time this involved in the budget planning process for the sheriff's office. And I first want to thank Jane, Amanda, and Becky for all their help. With that, I'll turn it over to Jerry before I touch on the specifics of emerging issues.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, so we'll go ahead and start off with these slides here. Perfect. All right, here is an overview of our budget structure under the Sheriff's Office, which includes 7 cost centers and roughly around 49 programs. And out of those cost centers, we have the grant program, Tahoe operations, protection and prevention. We have the administration, support services, the Auburn Jail, and the South Placer Jail. And these are supported by the public safety sales tax, AB 109 realignment, and also the general fund contribution, of which is 51% of the discretionary revenue, which we share a portion of with DA and probation. And then also, if you see down at the bottom there, we'll have the DMV Special Collections Fund. The Sheriff's Office is the fiduciary agent for that, so which is why it's a part of this structure here. And I'll be mentioning a little bit more in the presentation as we go. And here I have the 23-24 budget operating and capital expenditures for a total of $178 million. And for the operating expenditures of $175, that actually consists of about 71% is roughly salaries and benefits, 12% attributes to A87 and ISF charges, and then which leaves the remaining 17% for operating expenses and supplies. And then for our capital expenditure budget is $3.2 million there. That primarily comes out to for about $1.6 million for vehicle replacement program, and that is for those miled out vehicles that the DSA has for in the MOU for about 110,000 miles, I believe is when they mile out. Also, this includes our take-home program as well. And so we had to increase it a little bit. Typically, roughly, in years past, it used to be about 1.2 million, but we had to increase it to 1.6 due to the supply chain issues that we've been having, and also the increased cost of vehicles. So it's getting expensive. And then the remaining balances contribute to grant award equipment. We have dual band radios, Tahoe ROV, and a couple other equipment for air ops and other departments or other divisions. And the next one here, we have our revenue and expense comparison. And so you'll see for fiscal 21 and 22 actuals, we have, as Daniel mentioned, expenses are in blue, revenues in green. And so in 21 and 22 actuals, you'll see that the revenue has a little bit of a surplus there, and that's when we were coming out of COVID. And our increase in public safety sales tax was attributing to that, as well as there were some unbudgeted revenue from the state for housing state inmates during that time when COVID was there. And then in 22-23 for the adopted budget, we did submit a balanced budget, but again, because public safety sales tax was increasing, shows a little bit of a surplus there. And for 23-24, we did submit a balanced budget, but as I mentioned with the DMV Special Collection Fund, since we are the fiduciary agent, that historically has not been balanced. It's just expenditures, and so when you add that into our balanced budget, it shows a little bit of an increase there for expenses, but we did submit a balanced budget. Right here we have our budget variances. For our budget, we had $8.3 million increase in the salaries employee benefits line, and that primarily is an increase from salaries and wages, which is a general wage increase, as well as some positions that the undersheriff will be mentioning later on in the slide. And then also overtime, retirement, payroll tax, and workers' compensation. And in the $1.7 million decrease in maintenance and building, that was a methodology change for the CGL contract, as we no longer are being billed through facilities for our jails. It's actually now being managed by CEO's office, so that's why there is a decrease there. And then the $3.1 million increase is for an increase in public safety sales tax. And then next slide here is for our funded positions. In 21 adopted, we have 566, and then there was a 4 FTEs increased into 22 adopted, and those are attributed to 4 positions for the JBCT program, which is funded by the state. And then in fiscal year 23 adopted, that increased by 14 positions, and those positions were attributed to the body-worn camera and also the retired annuitant replacements that we had last year. And in 23-24, it's increased by 10 FTEs, and those are for the 3, let's see here, the backfill allocations to stand up PSU and training unit. That was, I believe, an ask back in 2017, and so we were able to receive those positions there. And then also some additional positions that the undersheriff will be mentioning here later on in the slides. And then actually that concludes my portion of the presentation, and then I'll pass it over to undersheriff.
Thank you, Jerry. So obviously we're in the business of public safety, so we're turning a tragedy into some accomplishments you'll see in the next couple 3 points we have here. Mosquito fire, which I think everybody is well aware, last year just outside of Forest Hill, burned all the way up to Forest Hill proper there. Quick recap of that, over 76,000 acres. It was the largest in the county's history, and it was also the largest across the entire state in 2022. It's always been a target area for us, and we've always kind of been curious of what that looks like of a catastrophe of this magnitude and what kind of compliance that we would get from the constituents in that area. And I'm happy to report that we had 98.5% compliance with the folks that adhered to the warnings as well as evacuation orders, which I think the warnings really played a heavy role when we have the ingress and egress challenges up there. Almost 6,000 people evacuated total. 1 minor injury that I'm aware of, which did not require any hospital treatment, and no fatalities. So with those numbers right there, I think you'd be hard pressed to find an incident that went as well as that, especially when you're looking at the finer details of how long it took to evacuate. I want to say Todd Valley was roughly 3,000 people done in just over 2.5, 3 hours. It's pretty unheard of. Cost associated with that event, 2,800 equipment hours, 39,000 miles on vehicles. That mileage is gonna be driven up just due to 2.5 months being involved in this incident with the security of patrolling that evacuated area to make sure that there's no looters that went in there. And I think we made a couple arrests and made numerous contacts preventing people from getting inside that area. Mutual aid, roughly 1.14 million for all the labor hours that were attached to that incident. Cal AIMS, so this is a new program, a new state mandate for all of corrections, all 58 counties. Luckily, the county sheriff's office, HHS, and WellPath are corrections of medicine vendor. They dipped their toes in the water with what we call One Care program, and that started in 2018. God only knows how many folks been helped out. Ultimately, this program is to assist inmates who are re-entering the community with enrolling in Medi-Cal so that they are able to get the treatment and medications they need to be successful upon their re-entry. Right now, One Care program, we're basically finding those folks that are gonna be released from our jails 30 days out and start them to get enrolled, starting the process, identifying everything that they're gonna need medical treatment care-wise. Cal AIM will basically pre-release, back that out to 90 days of that assessment. And I think that this quote right here says it best, and this is the DHCS Policy Operations Branch Chief, Angelo Vitale. Placer County has one of the best pre-release processes in the state and is a model for other counties to emulate. Placer's process will be featured in our best issue paper and will be reviewed by other states at the National Medicaid meeting in June. And on that note, we had a couple captains that put on some trainings based on our One Care program, which is almost identical to Cal AIM for counties all over the state. And we had the attendance was very well attended. But before I move on to our fentanyl issue, I know I mentioned them, but I just really want to thank HHS and WellPath for taking on that heavy lift and load of making sure that we do reduce recidivism. Fentanyl enforcement and education. So I spoke about this quite a few times. Fentanyl's been around for years and years, but we really saw a change in, I would say, mid-2021. Under Sheriff Wu at the time, now Sheriff Wu, saw the statistics. He was aware of these overdose deaths that Placer County was experiencing. He basically directed his executive staff to make many changes, operational, training, and equipment, which we'll talk about some of the successes, and you'll see the numbers to prove the positive impacts that we made mid-2021. But as you can see, 38 in 2022. 38's too many, but I think you can see that we did change the trajectory in from 2021 to 2022. The MX908 narcotic detection devices, those are for corrections specific to that environment. And by the way, the board, you folks approved that equipment, so thank you very much. God knows how many lives that saved or how many people from being transported to the hospital with fentanyl exposure. So 6 overdoses in corrections, and Narcan was deployed 21 times. Mail team and the corrections canine, they basically recovered 200 illicit fines. Right below there, you can see there's 3 convictions on the attempts to get fentanyl inside of the jails, and 140 cases were forwarded to the DA for consideration of prosecution. And if you're wondering why those numbers, the disparity there, that's ultimately because these cases are extremely difficult to prove on origin. So we do the best we can with our follow-up and see where it leads us. Definitely one case I want to highlight, and special thanks to the District Attorney's Office for being a great partner on this particular one. But a lot of you probably recall 17-year-old Zachary Didier. Ultimately, he died due to a fentanyl overdose. One of our detectives, Patrick Craven with SIU, worked with the DA's office and started right at the time of the overdose, worked it all the way to the end. And I think it was the suspect that was involved in the sales of that case, involuntary manslaughter, for 17 years. I think it's probably one of the first ones you've probably seen, at least that I'm aware of, across the state. And it was a success in that end after the demise of Zachary. A couple areas that we're going to be working on this year. We understand there's some opioid settlement money. We would like to work on possibly creating some sort of task force response team to investigate those for the exact reasons of what you saw in the case that I just talked about. Going to successes of fentanyl and changing some of our ways. Mid-2021 with 36 arrests in 2021 and then 94 in 2022. So last year, almost 3 times the amount of arrests. And then the seizures is really what I want to highlight. 60 cases in 2021 for roughly 10,000 pills, and then 184 cases in 2022 for just over 152,000 pills. So went from 10,000 pills to 152,000 pills in 1 year. Right Choice, that's another education outreach piece that we have. We've had it for years. Definitely added fentanyl to the forefront of education for that. 3,700 7th and 8th graders in Placer County have participated since 2016. It happens once or twice a year. Coming out of COVID, we had 405 students. The previous years, we averaged around 700. And then that includes 11 middle schools throughout Placer County that have participated in that.
May I ask a quick question,
Yes,
Chair?
ma'am.
Shane, just a quick question. With the seizures, the number has gone up tremendously. Is that just our sheriff's office? I know there's a separate task force, but is that just your office and the seizures that are accounted for?
Yes, so that's going to be our field operations, Placer County Sheriff's Office, and then our special operations team that was focused on like a utility, miscellaneous type crimes, and now I would suggest that 85–90% of their workload is focused on fentanyl sales. So that's going to be just the Placer County Sheriff's Office seizures, just our own internal data.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
And great job.
Thank you. I'll let them know. Changing legislation, so SB2 Decertification Act. Years past, basically, the post certificate is what's required for peace officers to work as a peace officer. Ultimately, it was treated as a diploma. Once you earned it, you kept it. With some legislation a year or two ago, it gave California and Post the ability to revoke that certificate, just as DMV would revoke a driver's license. So ultimately, there's 9 different categories that a deputy could potentially be involved in that would be related to a decertification. We have 10 days to report any of those 9 different allegations to Post. Post is adding basically an oversight regulatory arm that can request more information from the actual event, any sort of internal documents, and then they have their own process they work through. Last time I checked, it was about 8 or 9 different processes from the initial report to actually revoking a peace officer's certificate. So that's still in the works. It's new to us. It also required 3 years of previous allegations that would fall into those 9 different categories. So that's created quite an impact on our internal workload, especially on the professional standards unit, on having to go through, check out what was redacted, and all the different internal affairs documents that we had on file. ISTs, so Incompetent to Stand Trial, Welfare Institutions Code 4336. Basically, for this coming year, there's a baseline IST bed count that each county is allowed. And then anytime you go over that allotment, we will see a fine. Tulare County recently was fined $4 million for going over whatever that number was. I'm not familiar exactly what it was, but it was a $4 million fine to that county. Right now, at a 4.3 monthly average, basically for the fiscal year 22 to 23, the penalty rate per individual is $113,000. Increased PRAs. So PRAs have been around forever. 2018 is when we started to see an increase, but as you can see in the public request that we've received in 2018 it was 16, and then in 2022 we received 590. And a lot of these PRAs are extremely complex. Some of them will just go after some sort of use of force, just a blanket statement, and then that could include 40, 50 different events that we have to go through, and then the redaction, the software that we have to go through, the in-car camera footage, all the digital evidence that we have, and then now with body-worn cameras, it's definitely going to be it's going to be a significant increase in the workload to our records, professional staff, program managers, supervisors, evidence, fiscal, and already mentioned records. So emerging issues and department priorities. First of all, thanks for being interested in this. But recruitment, retention, and growth. This is something that is across the entire state, if not the entire nation, in the law enforcement arena. Vacancy data as of 3/22 of this year. Hard vacancies were at 12%. Operational vacancies is 19%. We have 17 deputy sheriff trainees and 1 deputy sheriff 2 in backgrounds. So if you're not familiar with those two different classifications there, ultimately a deputy sheriff trainee is an entry level, does not have a post certificate, has not been through the academy, and has not been through a field training process. Roughly, you're looking at around an 18-month turnaround for training, and depending on how that hiring process went to onboard them, minimum 18 months. Deputy Sheriff 2 is ultimately a deputy or a police officer that's working for their agency in California, laterals over to us. They've already received most of the training that they need, already have the post-certificate academy, and then we run them through an abridged field training program and then jail training program if they don't have any jail training experience. So right now we're testing 6 times per year for deputy sheriff and correctional officer. We get 5 deputy sheriff allocations and then 1 sheriff's lieutenant for that OES position that we've all heard of. On that 2022 to present, one thing I would like to highlight is the bar that has an 18. That's something that is really picked up at the Placer County Sheriff's Office, trying to onboard as many employees as we get prepared for the growth in West Roseville especially. And I'd like to thank Jane for working with us on making sure that we're on pace or ahead of that, because as this highlights, hiring deputy sheriffs in 2023 is a challenging time, so it's going to be on us to stay ahead of that curve. And then lastly, on the same note, we're looking forward to working with West Roseville Development Consultant and figuring out exactly where we need to be and come up with a roadmap so we can appropriately forecast and present to the board with the folks that we're going to need to be hiring with allocations and infrastructure and everything else. With that, next slide. For fiscal year 2023 to 2024, we do not have any supplemental requests. With that, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions?
I have one.
Yes.
On your vacancy rate for this year, how does it compare to the last couple of years?
Let's see. I can make it up to that. So, let's see here. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was just asking the vacancy rate for this year, how it compares to the last couple years.
Yeah, historically, it's been around, I believe the hard vacancy is about 5 to 6% usually. And then operational vacancy is roughly around 10% on top of that. But lately, you can see, yes, we've had some increases in hard vacancy and operational vacancy. I believe that is one of the highest percentages that we've seen in a long time.
Okay, thanks.
If I could just add to that too, that I think the operational vacancy is much higher than we've experienced with critical incidents, labor law, and benefits that we have. I think you're seeing a great increase there, and some staff, they're out for a year on whatever medical issue they're handling. So we're definitely seeing an increase in that arena as well.
Supervisor Gustafson.
I had a couple questions. Jerry, on the public safety, 3.1 million increase in public safety revenues, Prop 172 revenues. What percentage is that? I forget our total on public safety, 172 funds.
You know what? I don't have that percentage. I
Okay.
apologize. Yeah.
I bet one of
Maybe-
those guys can look it up while we're doing it. Second comment, and I think Supervisor Gore and I were over here just kind of gasping. I'm sure we all were at the PRA numbers. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, we feel it here in our respective positions, but that's an amazing number of PRAs. And certainly share dramatic concern about the fentanyl issues and the number of pills we're seeing in our coming through our county, and kudos to the whole team for addressing those issues. And as we look ahead, we understand that you're being as proactive as you can on getting these positions filled, and we appreciate that, and anything more we can do there as we continue to progress forward and hope that we see, as one group retires, that we can attract some more folks in to law enforcement and public safety. Yeah.
I have
Yes, Supervisor.
just one question on the vacancy rates. Would you say that most other sheriff's offices in the state are having similar challenges with staffing, et cetera, or how are we positioned? I mean, I know it's a lot, but I'm guessing everyone else is experiencing something similar.
It's funny, it varies region to region. I would suggest that we're still a destination organization. We have that going for us. I would say the biggest contrast and challenges that we've seen is we used to be a lot more heavy on the laterals, which is a concern when we're talking about West Roseville and onboarding. You get somebody in backgrounds, I don't know, 50% chance, 50% of our folks that we put into backgrounds actually make it through. And that's a 4-month process as well. But to answer your question, I think the biggest differences we've seen in recruitment is we're not getting anywhere near the laterals that we used to.
Right, okay. Thank you, and since law enforcement is here, you are here, and we've got folks in law enforcement, we were gonna wait to I was gonna wait to the end of the meeting, but really I wanna say, I wanna stop and just recognize the tragic event that happened in Roseville last week. It was an awful shooting. I really appreciate, I saw sheriff's vehicles passing me by along with everyone going to that incident last week, and I just want to share, I appreciate our law enforcement, but it was a horrible, horrible, tragic event that took place, and my heart goes out to the McGeegan family, and I think on behalf of our board, we just want our public to know how much we feel for not only the victims, but as well as the residents that had to experience that, the kids in the park, et cetera. I'm so very grateful that the CHP officer was okay, and we're praying for Mrs. McEgan's recovery. But just an awful accident to happen to James McEgan, and I am very grateful for all of you. It's not something that happens often in our community, but it certainly is a horrible thing to happen to any community.
Any other questions? Thank you both so much. We really appreciate it, and I think the whole board feels the same way as Bonnie does. we're proud of everything you do and your support of our neighbors always. Thank you so much.
So our next presentation will be from the district attorney's office. And just to answer the question about public safety sales tax, because it does impact the next two budgets that you'll see also. Our total projected amount for fiscal year 23-24 is about $66 million total. And then that's split, 75% of it goes to the sheriff's department, so about $49 million.
Great, thank you. I was just trying to put it relative, the 3.1 million increase relative to the total. Thank you. Appreciate those numbers. Good morning.
Good morning. Wonderful to see everyone. Morgan Geyer, your district attorney. It's a pleasure to have with me today our phenomenal administrative and fiscal operations manager, Kimi Yamanishi. I'm joined by a few colleagues in the back that I'll introduce as we get to their specific portions of our operations. But first, let me begin by thanking everyone for your time this morning. It's a pleasure to be here and talk about the great work that the District Attorney's Office is doing for our community, and that wouldn't happen without a phenomenal relationship with both our Board of Supervisors and our CEO's office. It is very comforting to know that we can pick up the phone and have support from our tremendous CEO, Jane, and Amanda Flo, our terrific analyst who has provided so much assistance along the way, and to have Becky as well as a resource. So we are just in a very fortunate position to have such a wonderful working relationship with our CEO's office to assist us. As we go through the presentation today, I hope you will see a theme of collaboration, a theme of community engagement, and a theme of working through statewide challenges to deliver justice to our community. We are uniquely situated in this county to be able to have the support of our community in our efforts, and sometimes, as Supervisor Gore just mentioned, there are very challenging days that require a lot of work and a lot of collaboration with everyone in the justice realm in our community. Okay, let me get to some of the slides here. Nothing really has changed with our programs. As you'll see, our general criminal case determinations, sort of our day job, our investigative bureau, our fiscal side, our victim services, and our MDIC, our forensic interviews of children. None of that has changed. I'm going to jump right into the fun stuff, the opportunity for me to brag about our good work in the office. Our community outreach division is now almost 2.5 years old. It was created in April of 2020, and we have continued to do some incredible work on behalf of our community. I pester our staff all the time with a quote that I stole from a U.S. attorney in New York, who stole it from an older U.S. attorney in New York, who says, "Our mission is to do the right thing in the right way for the right reasons every time." It's not always the most popular decision to determine what justice is in a particular case, but we're guided by the evidence, we're guided by the facts, and we're guided by our notions of justice and what is demanded and deserved in every particular instance. In order to do that, you have to have the trust of the community. And in order to build the trust of the community, you have to let them know what we do every day, how we make our decisions and why we make our decisions. And that is sort of the reasoning behind our community outreach efforts. And as Under Sheriff Wright pointed out, in 2020, we were thrust into the midst of a fentanyl crisis. As Under Sheriff Wright said, we knew fentanyl was out there, but we weren't truly affected by it in a way that we would expect with the beginning of the pandemic. And we knew right then we needed to, one, increase enforcement and prosecution, but that wasn't going to solve the crisis. It's a critical aspect to it, but it wasn't the solution. One of the most important features would be to educate our community, and we undertook that as fully as we could. We began a fentanyl awareness campaign. To date, we have spoken to over 30,000 high school students, 2 assemblies a day in every high school in the county from Colfax down. We have 1 high school left in Tahoe that we are working on. But every other high school has had 2 assemblies with every student in that school hearing about the dangers of fentanyl, hearing about the health crisis, how to solve it, every aspect, from not just the law enforcement side that you would traditionally associate with the DA's office, but from a health perspective, and a risk-taking behavior perspective, and even some harm reduction aspects to it as well. It really has been all-encompassing. That division is headed by Lisa Botwinick, who's in the audience today, and assisted by our PIO, Stephanie Herrera. They have taken this vision and made it a reality. If anyone in this county has a high school student, they have met Lisa and Stephanie, as well as our team of folks that we work with, everyone from HHS to our law enforcement partners to public health, to our nonprofits, and most critically to the grieving families who have agreed to partner with our office to provide these trainings, most notably the Didier family, Chris and Laura, who have become friends to our office and have really stepped up to turn their anguish into action. In addition to those efforts, like I said, every high school that we have hit, we have now begun the middle school campaign. We have slightly adjusted the theme of that, but to get to a much younger demographic that is still in a very critical risk category for seeing the fentanyl that's on our streets. In addition to our fentanyl awareness campaign, and you'll hear me mention that again in a bit, we are now in our 4th semester of our criminal justice pathways, which is our juniors and seniors in high school who come into the DA's office and get a front row tour of the criminal justice system led by our office. We've partnered with probation, the sheriff's office, and the courts to get those who are interested in the system, even those who aren't, they leave with an interest in the system, even if they don't have a desire to work in it. But we have had government classes, forensic classes, and it is really inspiring to see how the view of the criminal justice system is seen through the prism of our youth. And I always sort of kick off the classes and tell them, your life is going to be affected by the criminal justice system in some way. It may just be a jury summons. Hopefully it's not being a victim of a crime or a loved one who is either a victim or accused, but everyone will be affected by the criminal justice system, and they are the ones who will shape it, and it has been a phenomenal success. Our Citizens Academies that we started in the fall of 2020, we have continued to do 2 a year. We started during the pandemic with 9 people masked up and spread out, and now we are 30 to 40 in a room, and we have to turn down applications and roll them over to the next time. It's been a wonderful experience for a lot of folks. We've had everyone from people who work in the business to concerned citizens to current and former grand juries, and even family members of board members who were curious about the operations of our justice system in Placer. And as everyone is familiar with our Protect, our elder abuse task force, we continue to provide 2 resource fairs a year, one in Tahoe, one down in the South County. Many of you attended the one at the Maidu Center last summer. It was a phenomenal event with hundreds of, we had over 40, I'll call them vendors and resources, and we had hundreds and hundreds of people attend and leave with a lot of very important information. Our growth and expansion. We have done some internal changes in the office to improve efficiency and to allow us to provide justice in a much, I think, more effective way. We created a special prosecution unit. Traditionally, our office had a unit that was designed to handle sensitive types of cases, public integrity cases, crimes involving either public officials or law enforcement or things of that nature. We have recreated that, as well as tasked the attorneys in that unit with our environmental and consumer protection prosecution efforts, as well as our narcotics enforcement, who have played a key role in some of the fentanyl prosecutions that you heard both from Under Sheriff Wright and I'll get into in just a moment. And we created, we took our family protection unit, which was made up of a number of lawyers divided amongst sort of specialties, and we created separate units. We have now a standalone sexual assault and elder abuse unit and a separate domestic violence unit to allow those lawyers to specialize. Those are cases that require a high degree of experience, and you have to sort of handle many of those to really understand all of the different issues that arise, and that has helped, I think, our efficiency in that aspect. And the staff increase and office expansion, This board graciously granted us an increase in lawyer positions last fiscal year. We have filled those positions. The final 2 of those positions are in background, despite some of the challenges that we have had with recruitment and retention. Like every other organization, every other department, we have been no exception. But as I will echo again, Under Sheriff Wright in saying we are still somewhat of a destination county for folks who want to live and work here, especially in the DA's office. But given those challenges, we have been able to increase our staff and fill those positions. We were critically understaffed, and I'll give a little bit of a spoiler alert to our supplemental requests. We don't have any, but if you recall from last year, I'm going to replant that seed. I had showed some information that we were about 12 lawyers short of our sort of similarly sized other counties, and even proportionally to some of the smaller ones. So I had asked for 6 last year. When we were preparing the budget for this year, we hadn't filled those spots. And I wanted to be responsible and not ask for more spots with current vacancies that were unfilled. So we decided this year we weren't going to ask for any more attorney spots. We have since filled those since we submitted the budget and present day. Be advised, next year there may be another ask to bring that number up to where we would really like it to be. We were critically understaffed, and this board threw us a lifeline to help us increase those numbers, and we have done that. We are redesigning our office because we are bursting at the seams. That office was, as I'm told before I got here, it was designed as a temporary office that we are now about 15 years running. So we are having to get creative. A lot of our new hire professional lawyers are in cubicles with goals to move them into offices. But we are doing some, as you'll see, we are doing some creative thinking to try and redesign our office. With regard to our collaboration portion here, we continue to be good partners in our justice community. We had an incredible opportunity to partner with our probation department and HHS to create a pre-filed diversion program. Many of you have heard me say that justice and accountability come in many different forms. Sometimes that is a heavy hand of accountability and a harsh sentence. Sometimes it's the exercise of mercy and leniency when it's deserved. And this pre-filed diversion program allows us an opportunity to identify those who have their first encounter with the criminal justice system. What we hope to be is a one-off in someone's behavior. Maybe they are, their intersection with the criminal justice system is symptomatic of other issues that need addressing, and this is an opportunity for our office with probation and their prep program and HHS to identify those who should be out of the system before a case is even filed. As we are all aware, just simply accusing someone of a crime changes their life. Oftentimes, well-deserved effects to their life, but sometimes there are those instances where the charging of a crime against someone shouldn't be the end-all and be-all of any future opportunities, and this is one specific way that we are allowed to try and identify those who can be out of the system. Our fentanyl response and training, I talked a little bit about that. Our collaborative court expansion. As you all know, our collaborative courts, our drug court, our mental health court, our veterans treatment court, our community court, formerly known as our homeless court. Those are oftentimes the windows by which people judge the criminal justice system in our county, how well we are offering paths to redemption in certain cases. We have undertaken a plan to try and update and retrain on how people get in and out of those courts, and we have had tremendous success specifically in some of the folks that are going through those. Our community prosecution unit, mostly focused in our community court. My goal and design will be for business owners, community members, people that need access to the criminal justice system in a non-traditional way. Perhaps we have an ongoing neighbor dispute. Perhaps we have quality of life crimes being committed by small numbers of offenders who continue to commit those quality of life crimes, small vandalisms, car break-ins, things that keep businesses and neighborhoods from thriving, to have an outlet for that. Currently we have 2. We have Lisa, who supervises it, and 1 prosecutor assigned to it. My goal over the next 5 years would be to have community prosecution sections and prosecutors for each segment of our community by region so that they have that direct access. But so far we've had some anecdotal success on some of the cases. And then some of our serious case prosecutions, like I said, these are the ones that we tend to talk about. These are the more serious cases. But as I said earlier, justice often comes at those lower levels where these aren't the cases that we typically talk about. But just by example, People versus Vital was the attempted murder of a Roseville police officer who was shot at on Interstate 80. That was a jury trial that recently concluded. Mr. Bordner was the man who killed Zach Didier that Under Sheriff Wright mentioned, and specifically this was one of the first occasions in our region and across the state where we have held someone criminally liable for administering and furnishing fentanyl to someone. He was charged with an involuntary manslaughter and a number of other cases. As we were going through the prosecution of this case, we kept encountering more and more young people dying, which ultimately has led to the filing of murder charges, which is something there's a handful of counties across California doing it. I am committed to doing it sparingly. I don't want to do it, but when the law, the facts and circumstances of the case require it, we will, and we have. That was discussed during the Bordner case. The Bordner case resolved short of trial for 17 years, sadly and fittingly 1 year of life for every year of life that Zach was on this planet. The McClung case was a very brutal attempted murder and burglary in Rockland, where the defendant was sentenced to life in prison. Mr. Foster was a career criminal and first-degree burglar that was repeatedly breaking into people's homes and putting them at risk. He was ultimately sentenced to life in prison. Mr. Johansson was a special circumstance murder that occurred over at the Home to Suites over by Topgolf. Many of you may have recalled that. And just to highlight, as we segue into some of our challenges, People v. Anderson was a multi-defendant home invasion, robbery, and murder that happened in the 90s. It was a change of venue that was changed to Napa County. This came back through one of the statutes that was passed in 2019 that allowed murderers to challenge their petitions. And one of the murderers, Mr. Anderson, who was directly involved in the murder and the planning of and the execution of this home invasion robbery, stood to get out. Our post-conviction lawyer spent hundreds of hours traveling to Napa, filing the briefs, and literally arguing the motion in an evidentiary hearing to keep Mr. Anderson from gaining release. But it demonstrates how much of our work traditionally was on the front end of our cases, and we have just as much work now on the back end of our cases as we do on the front end. Some of our emerging issues and our priorities, as we have talked about before, digital evidence is increasing every year. The expectations, the volume all increases. It takes much more information to prosecute a case than it used to because of the availability of all of this wonderful digital evidence, but voluminous. That will increase, particularly when the sheriff comes online with the body-worn camera program, and we have addressed some of these preliminary issues as we anticipated them coming online. But our need to maintain, redact, discover that information is incredible and requires a staff of people from the lawyers all the way to our evidence technicians and investigative assistants. Our case management system was not designed to handle the volume of digital evidence. If the board recalls, we came to the board to contract with Axon, a digital case management system that it now works with and is integrated into our case management system. It has been so far phenomenal. And we are still working out some of the bugs, but right now our case management system and our Axon has sort of served as a model for a lot of other DA's offices. We frequently get calls on how we are linking these together and improving both systems to make it as efficient and seamless to transition to the defense and with our law enforcement partners as they submit their cases to our office. We will have some more headaches to work out, and stay tuned because I'm sure there will be a few more requests along those lines in the future. As I touched on earlier, space limitations are challenging. We are currently trying to relocate our multidisciplinary interview center, our forensic interviewing of children's center downstairs. Thank you, a big thank you to Matt Maynard, our assessor, who very graciously allowed us to utilize his assessor space down below on the first floor of the Santucci Justice Center. It was a lifesaver. We were bursting at the seams, and we immediately, even though the space is not designed for a DA's office, we immediately moved lawyers and staff into that space as we are designing to turn that space into a little easier access and friendlier multidisciplinary interview center so that the families and the children who are coming in to be interviewed don't have to come into the inner workings of our DA's office. It'll be a little bit easier and a little friendlier space, and that will free up, under current design, about 12 new offices to be created in what is currently our MDIC. So we are dealing with those challenges. And then, as is often the case, and you hear me say this quite often, we are affected by the state legislature, not surprisingly, who give us statutes that require us to do more and more things that we were not designed to do as a prosecutor's office. I also put in here decisional because as the legislature passes those laws, they are interpreted by our appellate courts and create additional obligations on us. Specifically, AB 256, which provides for the retroactive application of challenges to prosecutions based on racial bias. Essentially, a criminal defendant at any stage of the proceeding, even if the case is long since closed, can allege racial bias at any portion of the criminal justice system, meaning there was a witness, there was an investigator, or something within the process. Statistical evidence saying you prosecute these types of cases with these types of people more frequently than less. And we have to combat it. It is a challenge that jeopardizes a conviction, and we have to respond. If the court, excuse me, you can tell who I'm used to talking to. If the board recalls, we came to the board and asked a contract with Securo Data Analytics, which was a data analyst company, because we saw early on we were going to be hit with lots of demands for data that traditionally we didn't keep. And we got in early with this group, and we are having some successes, but it really puts a burden on us to have to respond, in addition to presenting our cases, to respond to these challenges to show that we do our jobs the way we're supposed to do it, that we do it based on the law, the facts, and the evidence. In addition, AB 2418 now requires us, beginning in 2027, we will have to keep 54 separate data elements, everything from current numbers of exact case numbers to how many counts we charged, why we charged counts we did, why we didn't, things that we currently don't capture and can't capture in our case management system, we will be required to in the coming year. So we are preparing for how we will do that. In addition, we will see AB 2778 come into effect, which essentially says we must do 2 reviews of every case that gets submitted by law enforcement. The first review has to be completely redacted of any racial identifying information. So if there is any way to tell racial identifying information from the victims, the suspects, the witnesses, that has to be redacted when we review the case, and we have to give it a tentative yes or no filing. If it's a tentative yes filing, then we go back and look at it again with all of that information put back in. As you can imagine, we can barely file them the first time with our volume, and now we're going to have to do it twice. It will create a lot of logistical and data challenges. We will obviously rise to that challenge, but just so that the board is aware, those are going to be challenges within our current system that we're going to have to adjust for. And then there are always expansions of our habeas corpus litigation, sort of loosening the net on how people can resurrect old cases. That's fine, but it requires our lawyers to go back through and relitigate cases that are now closed. And that requires an extensive process of going back through transcripts, records, and oftentimes now reinvestigation and relitigation of facts that are sometimes 15, 20 years old. All right, I'm talking fast, but it's so that I can get through it all. Our objectives and performance measures, I won't read this whole slide, but if you can see some of our goals over the last couple of years and into next year, we will continue to expand our outreach efforts. I mentioned our high school students, 21, 22, we hit 12,000. We were up over 30 last year, and we'll continue to reach thousands of middle school students and parents in the next fiscal year. We are literally at the drawing board for the what's next. Probably something on the lines of video rollouts of education and awareness for fentanyl to supplement those assemblies that we've done. We will continue to participate in our Protect and Resource events. We have 2 planned each year that are well attended, as I mentioned earlier. We'll continue our Citizens Academies. I mentioned the design of our MDIC center and our relocation down to the first floor. We are working with CEO and facilities to accomplish that. Expansion of staff. Here I putting that subtle hint in there again. 123 FTEs, which had remained static for a long time prior to 21, 22. And then the 6 attorneys that you added last year very graciously brought us to 129. Our only ask this year was for 1 additional IT person. When I started in 2020, we had 1. We added 1 the following year, and we could use about 12 more, but we asked for 1 this year. And that was our only request. That'll bring our total FTEs up to 130. I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of our goals is the advancement and continued development of our crime lab. And I think the events of last Thursday demonstrate what would be very helpful. Instead of processing items of evidence, packaging them up and sending them off to the state lab into their queue and hoping to get rushes on certain pieces of evidence, we could be doing it locally in our own lab with our own employees according to our own priorities. CEO's office, Sac State, the Sheriff's Office, and the DA's office have been working diligently along with our consultant, Bill Mueller, to continue to push the design of this. And it's something I think that we will all be very proud of, but that's something that we will continue with the planning and the logistics. We've identified specific sets of disciplines that we intend to offer at the crime lab, and really starting to put some meat on the bone as to what that's going to look like. So we're excited for that in the coming year. And then we would like to expand some more offerings from our victim services program. I think as Supervisor Gore mentioned, the incident that occurred in Roseville on Thursday, our victim advocates, our victim services unit provides services to our victims, whether there are charges filed or not. We provide services, much like the chaplains in the immediate aftermath and during the event. Our advocates respond. Our advocates provide those services. We have one advocate that is trained in mass casualty. We activated her and her 2 colleagues that are undergoing training, because you don't know what any particular situation is going to look like and how many advocates we need to have out on scene to help get victims immediate services like relocation if they need to move, or if they need immediate kinds of services. It's our office that provides those. So we intend to try and expand those in the next year to really have that available. God willing, we don't need it, but oftentimes we get calls from surrounding counties that may have an incident like that we respond to as well. And then, as you see in there, we have been toying with the addition of a victim support dog. They have phenomenal success in court for sensitive cases and victims who need a little extra support. So we're going to try and see if we can accomplish that next year, because that just always makes everyone feel a little bit better about having to go through the justice system. Our operating expenditures budget, you will see our capital expenditures budget accounts for a couple of vehicles, radios, equipment that comes along with it, much like the Sheriff's Office, only on a much smaller scale. As the board's probably aware, vehicles have been very difficult to obtain. You just can't get them, and the SUVs that our investigators need are difficult to find, so we need to account for that. This is, other than the accomplishments, this is my next favorite slide, because our green is so much higher than our blue. I'm not a big fan of the graphs, other than it really demonstrates that not only are we a DA's office, but we're all taxpayers and residents of Placer County and appreciate good stewardship of the public funds. If you see, I think our working budget 23-24 is about even, because we've tried to level out our staff and fill all of our vacancies, particularly with 6 new lawyers. We've increased the number of staff, the salaries and benefits, but as you can see here, we are being fiscally responsible. I will thank Kimmy to my right and her team for accomplishing all of that, because without her, the blues would be higher than the greens. The major budget variance is really its salary and benefits from the new employees. Our decrease relates to the risk management methodology and the way of their billing, and our decrease of the $454,000 is the termination of our Social Security fraud contract. We had a couple of investigators that had contracted to provide Social Security fraud that took them mostly out of the county quite often, and we had plenty of work for them here, so we terminated that contract, and that accounts for that. Total funded positions, I sort of did that in the last slide. We will be at 130 in the 23-24 fiscal year. 123 last year, accounting for the 6 lawyers and 1 IT specialist. No supplemental requests for 23-24. And I think, thank goodness there's not a court reporter here. He or she would have been yelling at me, as they often do when I am in trial, yell at me to slow down. But I think I got it all out. I'm happy to entertain any questions on any and all of the information that we covered, but we are proud of the good work we are doing and proud of the relationships and collaboration we're doing in this county, and look forward to doing more and better in the next fiscal year.
Okay. Supervisor Landon.
I just wanted to say thank you so much. I mean, we are so fortunate to have you in our county, and I think we can look throughout the country and just see there are some nightmare stories of DAs that are going on right now. And just knowing that we have a great person of integrity at the helm is just a huge comfort. So thank you
Well, I
for
appreciate
your
that.
work
Thank
and for all of your team as well.
We have a phenomenal team. Thank you.
And then I just also wanted to mention your social media outreach, I think, is just incredible. And once you came on, and I have to give a shout out to Stephanie and her team as well, just because I think so many people didn't even know what the DA's office did or what you can offer to the community. And so just seeing the public's awareness of what you guys do and engagement with your Citizens Academy and the outreach that you're doing to the community and victims advocates is just so great. So thank you again, and to everyone on your team. You're just doing an amazing job, so thank you.
Well, I appreciate that. That I will pass directly to Stephanie and Lisa. They are phenomenal. Our goal was to educate our public on all the things that we do, because, as you said, we do a lot of things that people don't know, and they need to know it so that they can trust us, so that they understand, and they're better educated. So I appreciate the feedback. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation. I have a question for you about community court that used to be called homeless court. So could you just quickly describe some of the services you provide there, and then do you provide some of those services to folks who aren't part of the homeless community?
Sure, and your last point I will start with. It was renamed community court because homeless court was a little too limiting. As we know, homelessness is a very complex issue, and someone who may be couch surfing today may be one argument with grandma away from being homeless tomorrow, and they may be in need of services. The goal of community court, and traditionally the DA's office didn't really have a role in it, and Lisa, as part of her community outreach, heads all of our collaborative courts, including community court. And I will give Lisa credit. She was the one who suggested to the courts to rename it community court from homeless court. And it's designed to help those who are experiencing homelessness who intersect with the criminal justice system in some way. And we really rely on the probation department and the courts and us to try and identify what it is chronically that is perpetuating someone's homelessness. It may be that they don't have a driver's license. It may be that they have 15 or 16 warrants from not showing up on a relatively minor violation that someone just needs to pull all those files and go through and figure out what is the appropriate remedy here. Oftentimes, it's trying to identify what some of those root causes are and directing them into services so that we can hopefully stop that path. We need to be at that table because the DA's office, we are in charge of that criminal aspect, and we can clean up some of those issues. We can condition some of those issues on following through with the help of probation to make sure that whatever those needs are get met. And that has been supplemented with probation's advancement of our mobile, the mobile probation vehicle that can literally take services and those things directly out into the field. And so oftentimes it is just trying to figure out what those obligations are that need to be met so that they can move on. And so we have anecdotally had some tremendous success in that program, and I hope to have even more to share with you at some point.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's very helpful. And I think it would be helpful to have maybe some statistics, the work that you do with probation, just to get a sense of what you all are doing to help folks who sometimes those are huge barriers to get people to the next spot, right? To get them a job or a driver's license so they can get to a job. So I really appreciate the work that you all are doing with probation. And then if you do end up getting a support dog, I would say that we're not victims, but I know that we could sometimes really use the support animal to comfort us on our challenging days. So if you get the animal, we'd love to see.
We're happy to
it.
take him or her on the road.
Thank you.
Yes, bring them, introduce them to us.
Yes.
You do indeed speak quickly, Morgan, but very effectively.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Thank you to you and your entire team. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, Daniel, ready for the next?
Yep. Probation is your next presenter.
Okay, welcome probation.
Well, good morning, members of the board. Following Morgan is a tough act, so I hope that I can meet your expectations. Every year I seem to be following him, so we need to change that next year. So,
Okay, Daniel, make a note,
the
right?
order.
you know that.
Of
Yeah.
course, you probably will take less time, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right, Morgan?
That's true. All right, now we're ready. First off, good morning.
Good morning.
Supervisor Jones, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here today. I'm Marshall Hopper, your Chief Probation Officer. I think it's important just to once again thank you for your support. But before I go into kind of the details, I just wanted to make a couple comments. I wanted to comment on the partnerships of our justice system. You've heard from our Sheriff's Office and our DA's office already. The partnerships we have in Placer County with our Sheriff's Department and our District Attorney, they're top-notch. They are above and beyond and with great expectations. And I do think that we together share a common value of a balanced justice system with accountability and services. So thank you for your board for helping us keep our communities safe. I also think it's very important to when we talk about our accomplishments at the probation department and what we've gone through over the last year, to not leave out my dedicated workforce. The employees that work from the heart, that always do the right thing, and are always willing to take on a can-do attitude, regardless of what it is. And we've experienced some different challenges this year and different accomplishments. So all of our successes that we talk about in the probation department would not be possible without my probation team that truly wants to make a difference, not only in the individuals that we serve, but in the communities that we live. So thank you to all of my employees. It's a pleasure to work with you, and each of you are truly amazing. Now, I'm looking at this slide. At this point, Chris Ardem is going to be passing out our 2022 business summary. Kind of provide some additional information on what happened in the last year, and I think it's kind of a nice point of reference as maybe we talk about some of these things. There is a copy of that out front for the public if anyone is interested. It'll also be posted on our department website here towards the end of the day. In regards to our organizational structure, the slide before us, we're really broken down into two primary categories. The adult and juvenile units, each having their own basic set of functions. Adult court, alternative sentencing, pretrial services, our reentry programs such as PrEP, our juvenile detention facility, and our early intervention services, both to adults and juveniles. This concept has been pretty much established for many years now. So moving into our accomplishments, last year we brought on a new case management system. And I will tell you that I was here for the 2007, our old system, when we switched over. But as technology changes and things move forward, the amount of work that goes into changing a case management system is something else, I can tell you that. And thank you to my team who made that happen. The new system replacing the 2007 system moves to a cloud-based approach, which features that allow us to directly connect via text to all of our clients. That information is automatically logged into our system, which is a pretty nice feature that allows us to connect and document things more efficiently. It also increases our ability to manage our operations within our juvenile detention facility. And it also reduces the need for additional servers to hold all of our data that we used to have in operation. And also equally as important, it allows us to appropriately interface our data and services with our justice partners so we can better communicate and we can perform our duties in a better and more efficient manner. Our next item revolves really around a common theme that you've probably heard before, a risk-based supervision approach. And the reason that's so important to us is because supervising over 4,000 individuals on our programs, ranging from alternative sentencing to several of those programs that we've already discussed, it's important to have a process. We can't just walk in and take a gut feeling and say that this person is more of a risk than that person. We utilize a risk-based approach. It provides us the best scientific evidence to define and determine who needs what, to determine who has the greatest risks and who poses the greatest risk to our community members. That's how we ended up with cases broken down by high, medium, and low risk caseloads, and they're all seen differently based on the evidence showing what gives us the best results. So last year, our adult and juvenile probation officers conducted over 12,400 unannounced visits. So when you think about that, that means that we are out there on a daily basis supervising individuals in the community. We're doing this to make sure that they are in compliance with their court orders. We are holding them accountable to the terms and conditions set forth by our court. But also we're providing them direction, services, and opportunities to change. If you take these numbers and you break them down, that's 50 unannounced contacts or probation searches during the calendar year of 2022, during the working days of the calendar year, which is pretty significant. Our probation officers are out there daily making a difference and making contacts. Now, also looking here at our pretrial cases and our court services. Last year, we did over 7,300 probation reports. These are reports ranging from firearms investigations, pre-sentence investigations, memos to the court, information regarding detention decisions, helping the court determine who should get out, who shouldn't get out, who should stay in. And these reports are really the backbone of the decision process within the court's operations and the attorneys as they're making recommendations and making arguments for different types of decisions through the court process. Well, at the same time that we're doing this, we're supervising over 630 individuals on average on our pretrial program. I will note that over the last 4 years, the pretrial population going to that 630 number has increased by 47%, while our staffing has remained the same. So within our own organization, we made adjustments and made sure that we kept up with the demands of the court and the demands of this program to make sure that the people are seen based on their risk, as I previously discussed. Excuse me. In addition, we continue to run the CHIPPR program with our great partnership with RCD. That program, as you know, runs throughout the county, does a lot of great work for the citizens of Placer County. We also continue to run our mobile crew up in Tahoe. There's been a lot of shoveling snow this year, Supervisor, so we're still gonna get there. We also do work in Auburn, Roseville, and throughout the community, whatever we can do to keep our community cleaner, to help our residents. And moving forward, we've also continued our outreach services to those that we supervise and the unsheltered population throughout the county. Our Placer County Outreach Vehicle, which was briefly discussed during Morgan's presentation regarding community court, continues to roam the county. On a regular basis, any given week, we have days in Auburn, Roseville, Rockland, and Lincoln scheduled on a regular basis.
The vehicle is responsible for over 160 client contacts each month, as I mentioned before, rotating throughout the county. And in this vehicle, we have our probation officer and HHS team. Once again, making contact, providing structure, making sure individuals are compliant with court orders, and providing anybody help that wants it to help them get to a better place. Further this year, I can't overlook the fact that our probation outreach team assisted in the development of the mobile temporary shelter. And our probation officers continue to be involved in that program on site on a regular basis and continue to provide anyone supervision, services, and structure that need it to get to a better place. In regards to our challenges, I think that we can't forget the ongoing discussion regarding, happened to be our top item last year as well, recruitment, retention, and succession planning. Sometimes it's overlooked or maybe kind of forgotten that when you have a promotion within your department, I tend to promote from within because I believe in my staff. I believe them to get to the better place as far as promotion. So that creates one on the bottom and then all the way up down the ladder. So you got one supervisor, you got multiple recruitments now. And then at the end of that, the very bottom, you have a juvenile detention facility. And I bring out most of my probation officers from that facility because it's good practice and it provides good morale and good opportunity for them to learn and to grow. So if I can't fill at the bottom, I get stuck kind of in this limbo with the inability to fill positions as we move forward. And that's been a problem for a while. But regardless, I think that we're going to continue to do the best that we can. And it was mentioned earlier during both presentations just regarding recruitment, retention, and peace officer backgrounds. They're difficult. They take time. People fail out often. In my opinion, we want to know then rather than later, so we can make sure we have the best applicants and the best staff possible for our job. And we'll continue to do so. Looking a little bit forward here, a significant item this year is juvenile justice reform. The closure of the Division of Juvenile Justice, DJJ often is what it's called. It means that here shortly in the next month or so, a couple months, June 30th, DJJ will close all state-run facilities. And what that means for us, it means that any individual that is sentenced to that facility will be brought back to the sentencing jurisdiction from which the court was sentenced. So each county in California will get back a certain number of individuals. We're relatively fortunate here in Placer County due to our great partnerships and great diversionary programs that we've had. We don't have a lot of kids in there. We relatively only have 1 or 2 kids at any given time over the last 10 or 12 years. But when they do come back, it's going to be significant. Because we're going to now be housing long-term commitments in our facility, very similar to parole realignment back in 2011, which I'm sure a lot of you are very much aware of that. So that means that we can have individuals in our facility up until their 25th birthday, which is a pretty big change for us. But this also creates a whole new set of concerns and issues. That means we could have a 14-year-old and a 24-year-old in the same unit. So if you think about that, there are lots of concerns and issues, and it increases the need for additional staffing, additional services, structure, so we can make sure that we are able to maintain a safe and secure institution for everyone. In addition, as this takes place, we've been on kind of a process lately in the last few years to try to eliminate the need for out-of-home placement, taking kids and sending them to group homes throughout the state. And we've been working on that, and there's been a lot of success in getting kids help locally. Because I believe that we can help our kids locally rather than sending them off to some other place in some other county. So we have that kind of in the process that we're dealing with. And we're also continuing to make sure that we have the services for these individuals. And these changes, they increase the need for staff, they increase opportunities for structure and placement within the facility. And again, we're making those adjustments as we move forward. And another challenge, basically, is continuing to make sure that we can do that risk-based supervision. There are many, and when I say many, I will say a majority of probation departments throughout the state that do not supervise misdemeanors. I chose to supervise them for a simple reason. Because whether your crime is a felony or a misdemeanor, it doesn't change your risk to your community. You can be on probation for driving without a license on informal probation and have a history of serious violent charges, been to prison multiple times. So the defining characteristic or criminal charge that gets you on probation isn't the defining method for your risk. So that's one thing that I want to continue, that risk-based approach, because you can have dangerous people on for misdemeanors. And we want to make sure here in Placer County that we keep all of our communities safe and make sure that we see them based on their risk and not their crime. Because really what it boils down to is I believe in meeting people where they are. And I think that we got to build relationships and trust and provide accountability so we can make sure that we're out there seeing these people based on their risk, making sure they're getting the services that they need. And that's kind of really what we have, because I think that is the key to really changing lives and providing direction to this population. So I think if you look at the last year or so regarding the risk discussion, we've completed over 2,400 risk needs assessments. So everybody that comes to our department, we're doing an assessment. We're helping determine what types of programs they need, where they need to go, how much of a risk they are to our community. Do we see them once a month, twice a month? Or are they extremely high risk, and do I put them on a task force caseload where we supervise them all the time and we're watching them all the time? But of those 2,400 risk and needs assessments, we ended up directing over 500 clients to our programs and services, and 83% of those individuals successfully completed those programs. Those programs are in our reentry program and prep. They're one-day classes, they're multiple-day classes, they're the 52-week batterers program, just a wide range of classes. But the point is the risk scores help us get these individuals to what they really need. And lastly, regarding our emergent issues and priorities, we want to make sure that we continue to maximize your board's investment in our new case management system. Case management systems, like I mentioned before, they're difficult and they're not cheap. And we've been working diligently to make sure that we're getting everything lined up appropriately and maximizing our efforts. And a change this significant just takes time. And so we are getting better and better each day. And I'd also like to just make a quick note regarding our accomplishments and our priorities. You probably note that some of them are the same. And they are, and what we've done this year with tremendous, that's the second time our CEO has been called tremendous, so Jane, with our tremendous support today, thank you. With tremendous support from our CEO's staff, Amanda and Becky, we were actually approved to add additional 5 positions to our department this year. So thank you for that. But I want to talk about those a little bit, because those items are helping us with our struggles and our challenges. The funding for these positions is accounted for within our existing budget and also accounted for within the proposed budget to you. So very much like the DA's office, spoiler alert, we have no supplemental requests. But I want to talk about these positions real quick. These positions include a probation manager, a senior deputy probation officer, and an admin legal clerk. That's the 3 of them. The positions will assist us with our adaptive management style, continuing our risk-based supervision approach, and increasing our efforts with our outreach efforts throughout the community to make sure that we can serve our probationers, those unhoused in our community, and really expanding on our partnerships with our cities and counties so we can provide the best possible probation department available. Moving to our 2 additional positions for the total of 5, our 2 additional juvenile hall positions, juvenile detention facilities. These allocations will assist with some of those struggles that we talked about, and help us supervise those long-term commitments from DJJ, help us with transportation for additional services, and additional programming to make sure that we meet the needs of those incarcerated in our facility. So the addition of those positions brings our department allocations from 149 to 154, and we've been at 149 for quite some time. So again, thank you for your support and letting us move forward with those positions. Now, looking at our performance objectives here, I think the objectives and performance measures, we've done our best to project out where we're going, but I think it's really important to just make a comment on these. In our criminal justice system, especially with the items that we have, it's a moving target. These objectives are a moving target beyond our control. Many of the outcomes and the data that's involved in this, it revolves around criminal justice reform, legislation, case law, crime, prosecution, and the ability to hold people accountable for the crimes they're convicted of. All of those things will directly affect all of our objectives. But we will continue to do our best to determine the future based on historical numbers that I have here before you. And we'll do our best to make changes so we can define our role in our justice system and make sure that we're doing the best job possible. So I think at that point, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Chris Ardham, and he'll discuss some additional information regarding the budget. And Chris?
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Madam Chair, Honorable Board, Ms. Christensen, Ms. Schwab. As you can see, probation's budget's largely made up of its operating budget in fiscal year 24, much the same as you saw with the District Attorney's Office. Our operating budget includes and supports 9 programs. The Chief's already mentioned: the adult court, adult alternative sentencing, adult pretrial, adult community supervision, PrEP, juvenile delinquency and crime prevention, juvenile court, juvenile supervision, and juvenile detention and treatment. Of the $170,000 in capital expenditures that are proposed, probation will be claiming about $132,000 in revenues from the courts through their SB 129 pretrial grant. All $170,000 of those capital expenditures are spent on 21 two-way radios for our supervision staff as they're out in the community. So looking at our revenue and expense comparisons, several factors have converged to influence the fund balances returned over the last few years. As Chief Hopper discussed, probation has had challenges with recruitments. These vacant budgeted positions have contributed to the fund balances, you'll note. Philosophically, the leadership within probation department strives to be good stewards of the public dollar. We work diligently to make the best choices as we spend any monies. And while we ensure our staff and those they serve are provided the tools needed, probation staff look for the best value in each purchase, taking our role of stewards of public funds very seriously. And additionally, Prop 172, or public safety sales tax revenues, are apportioned to each county based on its proportionate share of statewide taxable sales. Placer County's continued growth in population, in combination with your decision to allow businesses to remain largely open throughout the pandemic, have contributed to a marked increase in funding in excess of budget. This trend is also a significant influence on our fiscal results from the last 3 fiscal years. Finally, note that in fiscal year 24, probation has devised a spending plan that allows a continuation of services within our assigned base budget. So our 2 largest variances transitioning from fiscal year 23 to fiscal 24 are in spending categories driven by factors largely outside of the department's control. Salaries and benefits are influenced by the current inflationary factors facing our economy on a national scale, as well as the 5 new positions the chiefs discussed. A87, or the county-wide cost plan allocation, are the costs associated with other county departments expensing their support of probation. And then finally on this slide, the increase in state aid is attributed to $860,000 in SB 129, the pretrial grant monies being programmed into this budget. These grant monies pay for 2 positions and the resources those positions require, as well as additional one-time costs associated with the provision of pretrial services. The one-time costs include 3 vehicles, computers, additional two-way radios, and other essential goods and services. And as the chief mentioned, we don't have any additional supplemental requests. That concludes our slides, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions by the board? Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. And I should know the answer to this, but I apologize. When you talk about the 4,400 clients that you serve approximately, are all those Placer County residents, or could they be, do we serve people that have left Placer County that are in adjoining counties, or do we have others from other counties now living here that we serve?
We have a mix. Any given time, if I were to give you my best guess, 40% potentially are from out of county. They come through Placer County for some reason, whether it's to go to Tahoe or spend the weekend, or they're from Sacramento. We like it when the good ones go to Tahoe. We need the tax revenue. So. But yeah, I mean, whether they're coming through here for whatever reason and they end up on probation, if you were to look at those that are out of county, the majority of those are from Sacramento. There's no secret that individuals come to Placer County and commit a lot of crime. Basically, over the last couple of years, there's a process regarding the transfer of a probation case. And so we transfer a lot of those counties back to the county in which they live in, because who better to supervise the probationer than the county in which they live in? So that process takes time. It takes a court process. And so we do our best to transfer that. But yes, we do have individuals in other states. We have a interstate compact process, so there are individuals that come through here and get into trouble for some reason or another and live in other states. But the majority is basically from Sacramento County and surrounding counties, and then the numbers go down after that.
So for the 40% that are coming from out of county that we're overseeing, how does that compare to other counties? I mean, we're a receiver of all these good things that we've been hearing about, but it seems like we're receiving.
Well, I mean, like it was mentioned before, I think in a couple of the presentations, we are a destination county. People like to come here because we have it's a nice place to live and lots of fun things to do. So I would say that we were a little bit on the higher end of that. But I also would say that at the Chief Probation Officers Association from California, the transfer process has been a hot topic for the last 12 years because it's a difficult process. And so it's pretty much a number in a conversation that's felt statewide. But I don't have any numbers to say how much higher we are than other counties, but I would say that we are a little bit higher given the fact that we're a destination county.
Well, we'd rather not be a destination for that. So,
I agree.
If we can assist you as the board in trying to help politically to streamline that process so that maybe those transfers can occur more quickly, I think that would be of benefit to us all and to our residents.
Well, I do think that there is some concepts and discussions about that, but the law is written in such a difficult process regarding the receiving county and the sending county and different things like that. It's just the process. One of those tough processes that we try to get through.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Landon.
Thanks. Well, I think you know I'm in the Marshall Hopper fan club, so I probably don't have to repeat that, but I just wanted to say that you and Morgan and Wayne, I don't think any of you can retire ever. So just, if all three of you can just stick around forever, that'd be great. So thank you so much. It was a great presentation, and I'm glad Supervisor Gustafson asked her question because I had the same question.
Any other, yes, Ms. CEO, Jane, please.
Thank you, Chair Jones. I just wanted to thank you, Marshall, and your team for your efforts to continually over-communicate with this board on the mobile temporary shelter with regard to camp metrics, success stories, and emerging issues to monitor so we keep them apprised during the 6-month pilot. Your efforts together with PCSO's call data for the greater North Auburn vicinity helped keep the board apprised as to how things are going on our PCGC campus.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you both. Great presentation, and thank you for all you do for us and the
Thank you.
community.
Thank you very much.
So next up is Child Support Services, and we have Laura Van Buskirk on Zoom for us.
Okay.
Good morning, Daniel. Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Supervisors, and Ms. Christensen. And I believe on my little screen I saw Ms. Schwab up there as well. I am Laura Van Buskirk, your Director of Child Support Services, and it is such an honor to be here with you virtually today to talk about my amazing department. Please do forgive me for appearing virtually. While I believe generally in the power of generosity, I did not want to share with any of you whatever this illness is that I've been having since last week and that is affecting my voice, as you can probably tell. So I do apologize, but I'm grateful for your flexibility and understanding and allowing me to do this today virtually. I think some of you know how much I love talking about my amazing department and what an honor it is to be here in Placer County as one of your department heads. Daniel, can we go to the next slide, please? So this slide is a very rudimentary way of describing the amazing work that we do in Placer County Child Support. I do love talking about this program, probably a little bit too much, because it is so important, though, for the economic stability of children. And what we do in Placer, in your Department of Child Support Services, we do so well. And when I say we, I really mean my amazing staff that I have the honor of leading. What we know about child support from years of research now is that there are actually so much more important outcomes to be reached than just economic stability. Research shows that child well-being overall is actually improved by positive and consistent financial, but also emotional support from both parents. Studies have shown that children are better off when both of their parents are positively involved in their lives and provide for them, when the parents get along with each other, and when, of course, there's no history or presence of family abuse or violence. The receipt of child support has been shown in studies recently to be associated with improvements to indicators of child well-being, though, such as better cognitive development among young children and better academic achievement among older children. So we'll talk in a moment about how it is that we do what we do. For now, the nuts and bolts of what we do really just comes down to the boxes you see here on this slide. The establishment of parentage, they're kind of out of order. It looks like maybe they're in alphabetical order. We start really on the far right side with parentage establishment if it hasn't already been established or acknowledged, establishing court orders for the support of children if one does not already exist, and then ensuring collection of those orders. The customer service piece that you'll see there, and also the partnerships and outreach, those are also what we do, but I would argue they're really more how we do what we do. And we'll talk more about that on the coming slides. So Daniel, if we could advance to the next slide. So this is the part where I get to brag about the amazing team I have. Your Placer County Department of Child Support Services, again, ranked #1 in the state in the federal performance measures. So these are the measures, there are 5 of them, and you'll see them in detail on the coming slide. These are the measures that the feds use to assess the overall health and success of a child support program. This is the 4th consecutive year that Placer County Child Support has achieved this ranking of #1 in the state. And I want to talk a little bit about how we achieved this. The secret to that success is a combination of a number of factors, and to some extent it kind of depends on who you ask. There are varying opinions and theories about our success. But this morning, I really want to highlight one person in particular. And through the magic of technology and with coordination from Megan, thank you, Megan, I want to bring to the forefront Program Manager Susan Dunlap, who's also appearing virtually today. Susan is actually no longer a Placer County employee. She just retired on March 31st, after 29 years of service to our department. And I asked Susan to join us today, so thank you all so much, Board and Megan and Jane, for allowing her to be here today, because I wanted to thank her for her years of dedication to the program in Placer County. Susan, I cannot emphasize enough how renowned she is throughout this state as a child support guru. She is one of the most knowledgeable child support professionals I've met in my 18 and a half years in this program, spanning 3 states now. Susan, I really want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done to benefit the Placer County Child Support Department and the Placer County families, and especially children. You will be very greatly missed. You have been a tremendous help to me in the 3 years almost now that I've been here as director. And I want to turn the floor over to Susan, just to give her a moment to say a few words, and then I would ask the board at that time to join me in thanking her for her service. So Susan, are you there?
I am here, and my goodness, thank you so much for those kind words. I am focused on business. Otherwise, you know me, I get emotional, and I don't want to do that. So thank you so much. And as you pointed out, our staff is fabulous. So we have an awesome group of people that do a great amount of hard work. This job is never easy. And when we hire people, I tell them, you will earn every penny that you are paid in this program, because it is challenging. And much like those who presented before child support, the law changes and those affect our department as well. And so we have to implement changes to the law and judicial counsel forms and processes and such. So our staff is amazing and hardworking, and at their core are really just awesome civil servants. So thank you so much, Laura, for your words. And if anyone has any questions about the program, I'm more than happy. I could talk about the program for months and probably never cover everything. So
Between the two of us, Susan, I think we could take up the entire day if we wanted to, talking about the child support program.
yes, and probably never cover the same thing twice.
That's right. That's right. So thank you, Susan. You spoke to the dedication of our employees, and that's absolutely true. But I want to acknowledge right now, especially your amazing 29 years of service, your incredible dedication, and just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you so much. It has been my pleasure. I have thoroughly enjoyed my career with Placer County, and I consider myself very fortunate to have worked for Placer County. I started in the same department 29 years ago, although at that point, child support was part of the district attorney's office. And so there's been a lot of change in our department and a lot of change in leadership and again, state and federal changes to the program. But it has been such a joy. I love what I did. It's so weird to talk about it in
I noticed you're still talking about it in the current tense.
I loved what I did, and it has just been such a great career. I'm so fortunate.
We were fortunate to have you with us those 29 years. Thank you, Susan. So going back to the slide, the presentation.
Before, Laura, you go on, if
go
I
ahead.
may, Madam Chair, Susan may not want to stay on the line since she is retired, but I think the entire board wants to say thank you, Susan, just for your dedication, 29 years, not an easy job at all, but you are an example of employees who just really care about the work that they do. You've certainly made a difference helping the county be #1 in the state in performance measures. That's tremendous. And so I just wish you all the best on your retirement. Enjoy it. You'll probably stay busy. But thank you again for just your hard work.
Thank you so much, Ms.
Yes,
Gore.
I would say congratulations on a wonderful career. You've made a big difference, and I'm sure everyone thanks you for that. Congratulations. Best wishes to you and
The rest of us will
everybody else.
ditto. How's
Yes.
that? Ditto
Yes,
that, Susan.
that's the
Great
whole
job.
board chiming in there to wish you the best in the future.
Thank you so very much.
All right. Congratulations. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. So I do want to touch briefly on the other accomplishments. We'll talk more about performance in a moment, but I want to just mention collaboration because this is something that has been a really strong focus of mine since becoming your Director of Child Support Services almost 3 years ago. So this past year, we embarked upon and solidified our effort to enter into an agreement to share our Rockland office space with juvenile probation. And I want to thank my colleague Marshall with probation. His staff have been amazing and so much fun to work with, and have brought such a new and different and really fun energy to our Rockland office, and our staff really enjoy having them there, especially when something unexpected happens, like an alarm goes off in the middle of the day, and all of a sudden we have juvenile probation officers converging around the source of the alarm with their weapons on their hands. Nothing makes us feel safer than knowing that we have probation there sharing our office space with us. We also recently, over the past few months, embarked upon an effort to partner with our friends at Placer County HHS to provide employment services to our obligors who are unemployed or underemployed. And so we're still working out those details. That's also been a pet project of mine, something that was up here in my head when I came here from Wyoming 3 years ago. That was a goal that I wanted to implement for our customers in Placer County. So it's very exciting to see us moving forward with that. This past year, we also entered into an agreement with the Eastern Sierra Local Child Support Agency. So that is Inyo and Mono. I always want to call it Mono. I'm learning it's Mono. Inyo and Mono counties to provide attorney services for their caseload. So Placer County Child Support actually provides 100% of the attorney services that are needed in Eastern Sierra. We are also actively expanding our outreach services and our social media presence to ensure that we are visible in the community and that we are engaged and that we are known for being helpers. And finally, on that slide, recognizing what a premier IT department Placer has, we are moving forward with plans to merge our IT needs under Placer County IT. I will say, it's not there on the slide. We also are just really working as a leadership team in the department, but as an entire department as well, with this idea that we are here to help, and that whether it's an external customer, whether it's an internal customer, a colleague, another department, another county child support program, whoever it may be, or maybe just a community program, that we are known for being ready to help and able to help, and that we have a willingness to say, yes, we want to collaborate, we want to work with you for the benefit of Placer County families and children. Regarding embracing the future of the program, I've been in the program now, you may have heard me say it once already, for about 18.5 years. You can tell I get pretty excited even when I'm not feeling well and appearing virtually. I still get pretty excited about child support, and I always have. But I want to tell you that there has never been a more exciting time than now to be a part of this program. Why? Why is it so exciting? The program is really positioned to implement the most fundamental changes we have seen on a national scale in easily 20 years. So my entire time in the child support program. Nationally, the program is gaining momentum for the idea and understanding that we can do the most good, again, you'll hear me say, by helping, not hurting. What does helping look like from the perspective of the child support program in Placer County? You've heard me speak to it a little bit in the context of collaboration, but really it pervades everything that we do. So for both our internal and our external customers, it's about building and maintaining a foundation of trust. It's about collaboration, about human kindness, and the notion that we can do the most good, treating people like people and not as transactions. Hearing their stories, walking alongside them to help them. Again, there's that word of helping and not hurting, helping them on their journeys through life, no matter what it is that they might be going through when they come to our doors or when they call us on the phone or reach out via email. And you might say, well, that sounds all well and good, Laura, but what does that practically mean for the department? How are you doing these things? It means coming down to details like making sure that we are building relationships with our customers, that we're doing our best to reach out to them, to hear what they have to say, that we're setting obligations that are based on actual income rather than presumed income or imputed income. It means doing our best to engage those customers so that they play a part in the process, and so they also understand where they are in the process. We know that this process The child support process is very complex. There's the federal program, the laws and the regulations, and then there's the state laws and regulations. It's very confusing and complex. And so we try to go out of our way to make sure our customers understand what that process is and at which stage they are in that process. Our department recognizes that sometimes some of the enforcement actions that we are historically known for, so things like contempt actions, driver's license suspension, passport denial, these what are regarded as kind of heavy-handed enforcement remedies, they're still there. We still have the capacity through federal and state law to use those remedies when needed. And we recognize that sometimes they may be necessary. Sometimes we have customers where it's not just an ability to pay issue, but it is really a willingness to pay. And so for those cases, those remedies are still available, but we really want to try to use them sparingly, and we want to try to begin with helping and not hurting. We want to begin with trying to build a relationship with our customers, seeing if we can help them identify what their barriers are to paying or participating in the process, and then overcoming those barriers alongside them. Our department, while we recognize that those heavy-handed enforcement remedies may still be available and may be necessary at times, we really want to give that choice to our customers. So they decide if we have to resort to those, it's because all of our efforts to build that relationship, to hear them, to communicate with them, to receive information from them, to invite them to walk alongside with us through the process, those efforts have failed, but it won't be because we haven't tried, it will be the customer's choice. We strive to build those relationships with them, work with them, and be flexible. And we also done a lot of work, and the department's done amazing and made amazing strides in being flexible and understanding that every person's life situation is unique. No two customers are the same, and they need to be treated as individuals with dignity and respect. And finally, I want to say to you as well, along with embracing the future of the program, it's also how we do the work, because we do all of this, we perform at the very top in the state for 4 consecutive years now, and we do it while the majority of the department is teleworking, which may come as a shock to some of you. When I came here 3 years ago, the vast majority of staff were teleworking. 3 years later, the vast majority of staff in my department are still teleworking. I cannot convey to you enough how strongly I believe in trusting my employees and rewarding them for a job well done. And telework is something that I see as an important employee privilege. So not a right, but a privilege for those jobs that can be done remotely, because we know some can't, some have to be in the office, and we need to have staff available in the office to serve customers who come in through our doors and to do some work that can't be done remotely. But for those jobs that can be done remotely and where the employee has demonstrated that they are capable of performing exceptionally well and serving our customers well while teleworking, then we want to give them that important employee privilege and opportunity if they choose it. So I want to say that before the pandemic, most leaders of the child support program said child support work could not be done remotely. No way. 3 years later, child support offices across the state, across the entire country, but particularly in Placer, have proven that to be a myth. And I can't take the credit for this one either. I want to thank my entire department, because they are the ones who have stepped up and said, yes, we can do this work remotely, and we will actually perform better than we ever have before. They're the ones who have made our success possible. Every single one of them, not just Susan. Susan deserves kudos for her incredible achievement and her years of service, but every single person in the department has contributed to the success that we have today. I have the privilege of being here, being their director. I really want to acknowledge them, because they're the ones who are working day in and day out to do their best to serve the community. Daniel, could we go to the next slide, please? If you'll bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to take a little bit of a drink of water. Regarding our funding, the Child Support Department receives an allocation from the state annually, and while 34% of our allocation is comprised of state dollars, 66% is federally funded. Our funding structure is somewhat malleable. I want to stress somewhat, and that the California Department of Child Support Services does provide additional options to us throughout the budget year, as they do with all local child support agencies, or LCSAs, in the state of California, to draw down additional revenue if needed. It's not included on the slide here, but I do want to acknowledge that our department has benefited from the support of this board. So thank you for that support in receiving an annual contribution from the county general fund. Historically, that contribution has been around $50,000. We greatly appreciate that contribution because it allows us to more easily spend down to the dollar of our allocation if needed. The State Department of Child Support Services does require the use of cash basis accounting, which can sometimes make it difficult to spend to the dollar. And so having that safety net, or that insurance out there of the contribution from the county general fund to rely upon, just knowing it's there, is helpful in allowing us to spend down to the dollar if needed without worrying about going over the budget. Staffing, you'll see, is there as a challenge for us. It does remain a concern. Our 1 and our 3-year vacancy rates are between 9 and 11%. Leadership team discusses hiring and retention trends regularly and is mindful that the onus is on us as the leaders in the department to build and maintain a work environment that coalesces around a shared vision, purpose, and values, and that it's supported by a strong culture of trust, open communication, vulnerability, respect, so that prospective employees will want to come work in our department. I appreciate too, and want to acknowledge the amount of time, effort, and attention that our county HR, CEO, and board have paid to examining compensation and benefits, as well as to providing some new and exciting professional development opportunities for county employees to ensure that Placer County is recognized as a premier place to be employed. Regarding public profile, our caseload is declining. This is nothing new, and you've heard me speak to this before, and it's also a statewide and a nationwide trend. In 2020, 25% of all children in the United States were living in single-parent families. That's the world's highest rate, and 3 times the worldwide level of 7%. Yet we do not see the parents of these children coming through our doors to receive child support services. The National Child Support Enforcement Association, of which we are actively involved. I'm actively involved as a volunteer. Jeff Thompson, who's here today joining me virtually, is also actively involved. And we're really pushing that out so that we have the opportunity for our entire department to become involved with NCIA, the National Child Support Enforcement Association. They do a lot of great work. One of the things that they've done is push out this study and actually collaborated with the California Department of Child Support Services to do a national child support market research survey to reach out to people who are not accessing our services. So we have lots of data on people who were accessing our services or who were required to access our services. We've asked them for their thoughts about the child support program and what their experiences are. But about a couple of years ago, we realized, we really ought to ask the people who are not coming through the doors if we want to know what we need to do to draw in folks who are not accessing our services. Who better to ask than the people who are not accessing our services, who could benefit from them? And so that research is still ongoing. We expect those results will be available in August. It's something I'm excited about because my hope is that by learning more about why parents don't access our services, that we can develop strategic plans in response. I want to say, though, the goal is not about increasing the caseload. It's really about, or it's not about the number. In California, our caseload number is tied to our funding, and that can cause some anxiety and some discrepancies from county to county. But in Placer, and for me especially, and for our team, it's not about the number. It's not about bulking up our allocation or our FTE. It's about the people we serve, and it's about ensuring that citizens in our communities who could benefit from our services know that we are here, understand how we can help them, and are able to access them. Because we don't want folks who are struggling out there, who could benefit from our services, to not come through our door if there is something that we can do to help them. Can we go to the next slide, please, Daniel? And I apologize, I'm going to take another quick sip of water. Our objectives and our performance measures are tied to the 5 federal performance measures that you've heard me mention earlier. The important part for you to know is that not only are we in Placer the highest performing child support program in the state, I was so excited when I looked at this last week. Placer's child support department is actually on par with the #1 performing state in the country, which I'm sure you want to know where it is. It happens to be Wyoming, where I worked in the child support program for about 6 years before moving here in May of 2020. So I want to say that again, think about that. We're not only #1 in this state, but if you take our numbers and you compare where we are now with where Wyoming was at the end of fiscal year 21, which I understand is not apples to apples because we're looking at 2022 for us versus 2021 for Wyoming. And I want to clarify, the only reason we're doing that is because we don't have nationwide data yet for 2022. You can guarantee as soon as it's available that I'm going to look at those numbers and see where we fall for fiscal year 2022. But if you compare the latest available data for Wyoming that we have, we are on par with their performance. They are #1 in the country, and they have been for, I think, 9 or 10 years now. So you can be very proud of your program, your child support program in Placer County. The other thing I want to stress on this slide, I'm not going to go through all these measures one by one, but the really special thing that I want to highlight, and I noticed that Marshall mentioned it as well during his presentation, we also are committed to being responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. So we have on this slide, it does show for every dollar spent administering the program, we collected $4.14 in child support. Placer ranks #2 in the state of California when it comes to cost effectiveness. So we're measured overall, and then we're measured by the 5 performance measures that you see on this slide as well to see where we rank specifically in the state with regard to each measure. So we're #2, which you know does not make me happy because you know I want to be #1. But I want to note that the county that surpasses us in cost effectiveness does not perform well in the other measures. So they're cost effective, it's to the detriment of the other 4 performance measures. And we don't see that in Placer County. The one county that surpasses us in cost effectiveness actually ranks 31 among the 47 local and regional child support agencies in the state. The bottom line is that you have a child support department of which you can be incredibly proud, of which I am incredibly proud, that is not only performing well, but also incredibly cost effective. Can we go to the next slide, please, Daniel? Okay, so this shows our projected 2023-2024 budget. It's around $7.2 million. There are capital expenditures listed here totaling $7,500. I may have to rely upon my CEO analysts or Daniel here if you need more detail on these. What I've been told is that those capital expenditures are the result of 2 lease contracts that we have that qualify as GASB 87 expenses, so they have to be classified as capital assets. And if there are more questions on that at the end of my presentation, I will defer to my very knowledgeable colleagues with Daniel or our CEO analysts. Can we go to the next slide, please, Daniel? So on this slide, in the bar chart, green columns show the actual grant monies received as revenue. And you'll see by looking at the blue columns, if you look at the expenses for the current year and the next budget year, that our goal is to spend to our allocation. However, you can see in the blue columns for 2021 and 21-22 that we're not always successful at that. And again, that's part of one of our priorities, to be responsible and careful stewards of taxpayer dollars. If we don't need the funds to serve our customers, we're not going to use them. The department only keeps those exact equivalencies of our expenses, and then excess funds that we have received from the state are returned to the state. You'll see that our funding has increased from 2021. And some of you may remember that in 2020, due to the pandemic, local child support agencies' funding was cut across the entire state. In Placer, we sustained about a 5% cut. So we were very happy to have a 5% increase in revenue this year as compared with 21-22. We are, however, not expecting such an increase in revenue from our allocation from the California Department of Child Support Services this year. Our Director of California Child Support has made it known among the directors that there is a concern that he has about the cost effectiveness, actually, statewide. And so whereas Placer's cost effectiveness is $4.14, as you saw in the previous slide, the average cost effectiveness of the child support program in the state is actually $2.46. So cost effectiveness, of course, is a comparison of how much money is collected in child support divided by the total cost to administer the program. With pressing concerns about cost effectiveness at the state level, the local child support agencies have been told not to expect increases in funding. Daniel, if you'll go to the next slide, and if you'll bear with me for just a moment again. I'm going to take just another sip of water. I appreciate your patience in working through the presentation today while not feeling well. And this one is easy because there are no major variances of note. And so we can go on to next slide, Daniel. You'll see we've maintained the same number of funded positions for several years. We are not requesting additional FTE at this time. And if you want to go to the next slide, Daniel, we also have no supplemental requests. And that takes me to the end of my presentation. I really appreciate the board's flexibility and patience with me as I appeared remotely and was working from a place of not feeling great. And thank you especially for allowing Susan to be here today so that we could acknowledge her. Are there questions that I can entertain from the board?
You're very welcome. Questions? Supervisor? No? Nope. I guess there are no questions. You're doing a great job. And
oh my goodness, you're taking it easy on me. Thank you so much. It must have been all the sniffling and the cracking throat.
Hope you're feeling better soon.
Thank you so very much for allowing me the flexibility to appear here today virtually.
You bet. You bet. Thanks again.
Okay, and next for your entertainment is our clerk recorder, registrar of voters, Ryan Ronco.
I like that introduction.
Which way? Let's do this one. This one. That way. Forward. That's forward? All right. My reputation precedes me.
That's right. Welcome.
I was told it was casual day, I want to say. I apologize for not wearing a jacket. Everybody looks so nice. Good morning.
Hi.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Chair Jones, good morning. And happy Easter, happy Passover to you, all the members of the board, CEO Christensen, Council Schwab. Looks like Clerk Wood has decided to leave at my presentation, so that will be noted. I am Clerk Recorder, Registrar of Voters, Ryan Ronco. With me is Stephen I., your Assistant County Clerk Recorder, and Melissa G., our Fiscal Manager, who I think was on the job for about a week last time that we presented to you a year ago. I'd like to thank Chad Fenstermacher and the CEO's office for all of his budget preparation assistance this year. I'd also like to thank the hardworking staff of the team I get to lead, I get to supervise at the Clerk Recorder Elections Office. We are one of the few county offices that could not work off-site during the pandemic. And they have an incredibly hard job, and they remain incredibly professional in the face of adversity. And in addition, we're actually preparing for an impending move to from the DeWitt Center to the South Placer area. And moving is stressful, and so they're maintaining a good humor, and we appreciate that. So they're amazing, and I'm proud to work with them. And let's see if I do this correctly. Hey, look at that. So the clerk, I mean, it's no surprise as the Clerk Recorder Elections Chief, my budget structure is clerk services, elections, and recording services, right? So, however, let me put some flesh on the bone of that if I can. Do a little VH1 inside the music type of thing with this, with all of that. The economy is greatly affecting our recording.
You're dating yourself.
I know, right? I know. Well, yeah, and my hair does that as well. So,
the economy is greatly affecting our workload in the recording division. Currently, we record about 300 documents a day, which is nowhere near the start of last year, where we're recording about 750 documents a day. It's equivalent to where we were in 2009 in the economic downturn, where we were doing about 250 documents a day. Unlike the recorder's office, though, the clerk's division has not experienced a slowdown. People are still being born and people are still dying. So we filed just over 8,800 birth records and almost 4,800 death records last year. We had just over 2,200 marriage license applications in the county, and we performed 754 in-office weddings. And as you know, we like to take a little cue from our private sector partners and do point of sale wedding ring sales, and your board are always very excited to hear how many wedding rings we sold last year, and to those 754 couples, we sold 89 point of sale wedding rings. So there you go. And of course, we have the elections division, which is responsible for coordinating all aspects of our county's elections. Placer is currently the 18th largest county in terms of voter registration in the state. And we, I believe, are still number 178 in the list of, whatever it is, 3,300 county or county equivalents in the nation, which places us just outside of the top 5% of largest jurisdictions in the nation. So we had quite a number of accomplishments last year. Just going to highlight a few of them. First off, we conducted the 2022 gubernatorial general election. Our turnout of 66% was just behind Sonoma County's turnout of 66.1% for highest turnout of counties over 150,000 registered voters. Next, we completed the TIs on the South Placer building that we'll be moving into here very soon. Big thanks to your board and to Steve Newsom's team over at Facilities, especially our project manager, Bill Lardner, for getting us to this point. We're preparing for a move-in sometime between maybe the 1st of July and sometime in August. So that will be coming fairly soon. And finally, I'll mention the implementation of our fraud notification letters in the recorder's division. Property fraud is a huge concern for us, not because we felt like it's happening all the time, but because we know it can be devastating when it does occur to someone. So over a decade ago, the state legislature created a program where counties could raise the cost or raise the price of recorded documents to be able to fund fraud notification and working with the DA's office to prosecute real estate fraud. I didn't really want to raise the price of the documents, quite frankly, so instead I just decided to implement it and assume the cost in my current budget. So as of September of last year, we created a letter that we send out to our property owners when a document is recorded that affects their title. The letter informs the people why the letter was sent, how to contact the real estate fraud division in the DA's office if they suspect they're the victim of fraud, and how to contact us if they have questions about the letter. And since implementation, we know we have alerted at least 2 people to likely property problems, property theft. We also put 1 real estate attorney on blast because apparently they completed some documentation for their client, never got the documents in over a couple of years. The client got the letter when it was recorded, when he apparently noticed it on his desk, and they called their attorney to find out why the heck they were getting that letter, and he had to fess up to the fact that he didn't quite get around to filing the documents for this yet. So we know it's working, so that's a good thing. So in addition to these 2 that we know about, we know we get about 2 to 10 calls per week from in our recorder's office about the letter. So we know that we're breaking through. We couldn't have done this program without the help of Matt Maynard and the assessors team. We really appreciate their assistance in getting that off the ground. The total cost of the program should stay below this year, this implementation year, it should stay below $10,000. We're at about $7,500 now after about 8 months of the program. And as we get more documents recorded, the cost might go up, obviously, but we think it's a very reasonable cost for making sure that people who don't want to take advantage of signing on to agencies out there that are willing to monitor properties for them, a way for them to know that we're monitoring for them, or at least helping them monitor themselves. So emerging issues and departmental priorities. We have many, and we share many of the ones that you've already heard about, PRAs and recruiting and retaining individuals. We won't get into that. We wanted to pick some that are very specific to our department. Obviously, we have our impending move to South Placer as one of our issues and priorities. We are preparing to bring online a new vote-by-mail ballot sorter for the 2024 primary election. So kind of similar to what you've all seen, but a different company. So we're looking forward to that and the challenges that that will bring. We are working towards replacing our current data management system in the clerk recorder side of the house with a new vendor. And at a later date this year, that's still to be determined, we want to come before your board to discuss your thoughts on moving to the Voters' Choice Act, which is a slightly different way of conducting elections for Placer County. So as far as objectives and performance measures, we were asked to prepare some of these for you. All of our performance measurements fall under the Innovative Integrated County Services Critical Success Factor for the county's list of strategic plan priorities. I'm sure you've spent hours combing through this spreadsheet already, so I won't bore you with all of the numbers, but you can see our objectives are to process recordings quickly, maintain a clean voter roll, conduct elections accurately and with transparency, and to increase access to our forms online. It's really hard to create meaningful measurements to these objectives of quality, since we already provide such high quality. However, we've done our best to create some measurements that will capture if we hit our objectives or not. So this slide is pretty self-explanatory. Our total budget is in operating expenditures. I also have to rely on Melissa to tell me exactly, as far as percentages go, how it breaks down. And she told me quickly in the lobby that it's about 55% salaries, 40% is operating expenditures. And what is the 5%?
The allocation for the A87 allocations.
Perfect. That's it. So I needed to have somebody else speak at least a little bit. So, okay. So the this next slide looks kind of ugly, but it's for pretty obvious reasons. Our expenses have remained pretty flat since fiscal year 2020, 2021. We had a big bump in fiscal year 22-23 because of the cost of extra help for the 2022 midterm election. The county temp help vendor charges a lot more for temp help than our previous vendor. As for revenues, they have been declining. Our revenues come primarily from recorded property documents, and people are just not making many transactions as they were when interest rates were a little lower. So that's why the slide looks like it does. And here's a slide that goes into a little bit more detail about what I just said. A $584,000 increase in temporary staffing costs, a $1.6 million decrease in recording fees. And then on the election side, that budget, as many of you know, is more of a two-year budget. We get more revenue when we conduct elections for school districts, special districts, and cities because they help to defray the elections costs. We get no revenue from the feds or the state when we conduct a primary election. So every other year, you'll see us increase or decrease the budget in revenue when we get to be able to provide those election services. Hey, look at that. That's perfect. So thank you. As far as funded positions, we're not asking for an increase in funded positions. We do thank you for last year's position, which has helped us be able to manage all of the Public Records Act requests that we get in our department. And as far as supplemental requests go, we're looking to purchase some new equipment. Most of these purchases are to replace document scanners, map scanners, and map plotters in the recorders division. We also have a request to purchase replacement scanners and to purchase a replacement inventory barcoding system that are all at end of life in the elections division. If approved, we'd use $50,800 from the recorder's trust funds to cover the cost of the recorder supplemental requests. And that leaves a general fund bill of $27,200 for the elections division supplemental requests. That's it as far as the prepared remarks. I'm more than happy to hopefully bored you enough that there are no questions.
Board members, any questions?
I do have one quick question. Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate it. And you explained the decrease in revenue because of elections and the election cycle that we're in. But you also said there was a $1.6 million decrease in recording fees, right? Fewer people are selling properties or they're being sold at a lesser rate.
Yeah.
So how does that affect your budget? And do you need general funds, or how did that work? How does that work?
So generally, the recorder's office, we're able to operate pretty succinctly with the funds that we can collect. But yeah, there are costs to cover some of the gaps there for sure. Generally, what we're looking at in that $1.6 million decrease is the fact that when interest rates were low, a lot of people were refinancing in addition to buying, right? So we're not seeing that refinancing going on currently. So far, we've brought in, as you can see from that past slide, we have historically brought in a lot more money than we expend. So yeah, there's a tiny bit of a gap there that where the general fund will be pulled in, but historically, or if we see some of those developments that are being built in South Placer start really kicking in and creating home sales, then that will true up again.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Sure. Right at the beginning, you rattled off some statistics, and I never write fast enough. So could you give those to us again on our voter registration statistics? And
Yeah, you bet. Sure. So.
And I love this. I always ask you for your notes
I know,
after.
it's great. And I'm always happy to provide you the
Yeah.
notes. So Placer County is currently the 18th largest county in California in terms of voter registration. So we're at just over 280,000 registered voters. Next up is Stanislaus County, and we're hoping to overtake them sometime soon. Not that it's a competition, but we suspect that we'll probably grow at a rate that will exceed Stanislaus, even though they're a growing county as well. And
how does that represent our percentage of population?
That, according to the Secretary of State's office, we're at just, I think, around 92% of our eligible population that is registered. 92. That makes us number 2 in the state, just behind El Dorado County, which is at, I think, about 95%.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we're quite high up. To be honest, as much as I like people to be registered, I want people to be informed if they're going to participate. So to us, the proof is in the pudding, in making sure that people get their materials in a timely fashion, that they have them in plenty of time to be able to make their decisions, to be able to vote their ballots in a way that gives them the maximum amount of time to make choices. Because it's not, it's great to have so many people registered, but if you're going to participate, I want to make sure that you're participating with knowledge. So that's the bigger key.
Thank you.
You're bad.
One other stat question. What was the percentage of voters in the last election? Did you say 66% of eligible voters?
That's correct. Yeah, it was 65.99, so I rounded up. But yeah, 66%. The statewide average was 51%, so we're about 15 points above the statewide average, and we were just behind by a 0.1% Sonoma County for the large counties. Placer County is still kind of a smallish county in California at number 18.
Medium size.
Medium
We're not
size.
small.
Okay, fair
Medium
enough.
size. That's what we use at CSAC.
Okay, fair enough. I like medium sized, but of the counties that are 150,000 or larger, we were number 2. So we're going to get a foam finger with number 2. We're number 2. So just kidding. We sometimes are number 1, so we were number 1, and quite honestly. We're almost always 10 to 15% above the statewide average when it comes to turnout, which is wonderful. And that's not anything that we can crow about in our office, because honestly, people need to find that intrinsic motivation in themselves. We can't We can provide great service and get materials out, but turnout, especially in a high-growing county like Placer, comes from the people that are coming into our county and want to participate.
No further questions? Thank you, Ryan, so
Thank you
much,
so
and great job.
Thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you.
So next in the order is your assessor, Matt Maynard.
Morning.
Good morning, board. Jane, how are you? Nice to see you. Today we'll be going over kind of quickly our budget and some of the achievements and challenges that we'll be facing. I'll just get right into it. I know we're a little behind. So this kind of represents the cost centers that are in our office: administration, the appraisal, assessment, our mapping GIS, and our technology groups. This represents 81 people in our office that put the role together last year. We've expanded this year 2 more positions, thanks to working with the CEO and her recognizing our challenges with some of the workloads that we've been facing. But we put together a role of $97.5 billion last year, which was a 9.3% increase over the year prior. And that just represents how much extra work there really was for our staff with transfers and new construction that's been going on in the South Placer area. And the amount of dedication that it took from my staff to work that workload and the overtime hours and bringing in extra help, I just really can't thank them enough for everything that they've done and how much they worked last year. Couldn't happen without them. Always the best thing to talk about our accomplishments. So as I spoke before, we had a timely completion and delivery of the 22-23 assessment roll totaling more than $97 billion. That, again, is a 9.3% increase. That's very high. I think we were 3rd in the state as far as tax roll increase, which just, again, shows to how much we're growing and how much we're expanding. We also played a critical role in providing the property tax relief to the property owners of the mosquito fire. We manned the field relief station over the course of the time that the county was set up there. We provided records to the homeowners that lost property or that were wiped out. We had the records proactively printed ahead. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of experience with these events lately the last few years, and we've learned that if we can get ahead of it and have a list of the damaged properties and then bring all of their records and have them already there for them, it helps with their insurance companies, it helps them with cleanup, it helps them start to contact the agencies and have all of the information that they have there. The big thing is the building records and drawings, because the insurance company wants to know what was there. And it's kind of hard to go out to a burned remnant and explain where the walls were and things. But if we have a drawing from our appraisers or plans, it really goes a long way with their insurance company. And so I know that people were really appreciative that we had that. And then we also developed and published a Proposition 19 supplemental estimator on our website. Proposition 19 is a recently passed initiative that drastically changed the way that property is left to family members, and also how it affects the base year transfer of property across counties throughout the state. It's very, very confusing. It's administratively challenging. And we thought being proactive and putting out that estimator would allow people to get an idea of what Prop 19 means to them if they're trying to transfer property to their children. So we've gotten a lot of good feedback on that. Prop 19 is not going away, so we're going to have to keep figuring out better ways to help the public understand it, or help us understand it. All right, so some of our emerging issues and the priorities of our department. I have administration of Proposition 19. It's been extremely challenging. There is a lot of customer service that goes into Proposition 19 and administering that new law. There's also a bunch of requirements for reporting and communication with other counties, and also waiting on communication from other counties before you can move forward. And we are actually pretty good and timely with our communications in Prop 19. However, there are some counties that are majorly impacted with thousands and thousands and thousands. And it creates a situation where we're waiting quite a long time so we can perform our assessment. We've trying to be proactive with that with some of the counties, reaching out. And there's another thing that we're doing, and we'll talk a little bit later here in the presentation. We created a joint powers authority with all the assessors' offices in the state to try to create a Proposition 19 kind of clearinghouse, some kind of software system or database collection where there's better communication with the public and with the other assessors' offices. But that's a major issue for us and a challenge that we're going to be dealing with for years. We anticipate that there's going to be a large increase in decline in value reviews this year. There was a declining real estate market in the last half of 2002. It's kind of hard to get an exact estimate because the areas were different, but probably around 8% in sales price drop in the last half of 2002. It looks like it's kind of steadying and maybe picking up a little bit with spring. Which is kind of typical with the ebb and flow of real estate sales. Usually they start to pick up a little bit in the spring. But again, it's difficult to know exactly just how this will all pan out, but we did see some declines. And when that usually happens, we try to proactively assess those declines under Proposition 8. But sometimes we do mass appraisal. We do the best we can, and individuals feel if we haven't gone down enough for their value, then they file appeals. And when they file assessment appeals, then we have to work those appeals. And so those are some of the things that we're seeing as might be potentially challenging for us in next year. And then again, the other thing that's an emerging issue and will be continuing to be so for the next decade at a minimum is the South Placer area with the growth that's coming. That's an increase in subdivisions, that affects our mapping, our GIS departments, and then we have to work the transfers of those properties, the new construction of those properties. So there's a lot that goes on with our office as far as the expansion of that South Placer area. Objectives and performance measures. So we have our number one objective, because that is a statutory requirement of mine, is to accurately and timely complete the annual assessment roll and the supplemental property tax rolls. And that's always our number one objective. And it also falls under the strategic plan and the critical success factor of the board of a prudent and comprehensive financial planning. And most of the rest of our objectives are under innovative and integrated county services as a critical success factor, because it's really an expansion of access to the public. And as I mentioned, there's the statewide Joint Powers Authority agreement that we're kicking off with the other assessors' offices. These are things that I think will really add a lot of customer service opportunities for us in the next year. Okay, so our operating expenditures budget is the majority of our operating expenditures is payroll and extra help, which is at $17,493,553. We do not have any capital expenditures budgeted in the next year. And in our revenue and expense comparison, compared to some of the other departments, we have a little bit of a gap compared to a lot of the other ones that have a lot of funding mechanisms and revenue mechanisms built into their operation. I don't think that the public would like the assessor's office to be a revenue arm of the government. as far as charging them to assess them, their property tax liability. And so that's the way that most assessors' offices in the state operate. We do receive some revenue funding back for the administration of the supplemental tax roll. And so we have the same amount budgeted as we currently showed at the time of creating this presentation. But that will move a little bit as those revenues come in. Our three largest major budget variances, we had a $976,000 increase. We did add 4 positions last year, and so we do have an increase there. We had to add additional staff to just keep up with the sheer amount of work that we had. We have a decrease in the A87 costs, and we have a decrease from last year because we did a purchase of appraisal software last year, a one-time expense that we won't have this year. In our funded positions here, we show the 4 that we gained from the 79 up to the 83. We will be asking for 2 additional positions for next year to keep up with the assessment activity and work, which is lined out here on this slide. We'll be asking for an additional appraiser and an additional auditor appraiser to keep up with the assessment work that is coming in and that we anticipate to increase. And I think that is it. And so if anybody would have any questions, then Ashley told me that she will answer all of them for you.
Questions by the board?
Just
Supervisor Gordon.
one, thank you very much, Matt, appreciate it. It's really helpful to know. So, have 2 positions been put into the budget for this next budget cycle, and then you're asking for an additional 2 supplemental?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Any other? Supervisor Gustafson.
The Prop 19 numbers, where are they? Are they holding steady, going up still?
They're going up. So Placer County is, as we've heard a lot, a destination county. There are a lot of people that like to move here, and they're transferring their base year value from where they came from, typically probably in a higher real estate value market, but in transferring their lower base year to our county. The first year that Prop 19 was in existence, we have the statistics for that. Transferring a base year and us not enrolling market value at the time of transfer, we lost $76 million from the property tax roll in the first year, and that wasn't even an entire year. So there was about 700 and change number of claims for Prop 19 that first year. The second year, there's over 1,400 claims for Prop 19, and we haven't yet finished working out the math on that about what that means to us. I saw just as kind of an anecdotal story here. There was an interview that the LA assessor gave on the radio, and they asked him how many Prop 19s that LA has worked, and they said over 12,000. And they said, okay, so of those 12,000, how many brought their base value into LA County? And he said 12. So that kind of gives you an idea about how many people are leaving the large cities. They're selling their properties for a very high amount, and they're coming to our area because of the quality of life, and we're enrolling their lower base year value and not market value. So yeah, there's supposed to be some reimbursement by the state. We're hearing that that's yeah. I'm sure we'll see that.
Not so much Supervisor Gustafson.
I just wanted to follow up on that to say, you know, that continues to concern me, right? Because if we're the receiving end of less revenue for people who want to come here to have a better quality of life and then expect everyone else to contribute to their higher quality of life, it's really a challenge, right, for all of us long term.
Yeah.
Because these can last for decades of them
Absolutely.
paying less, right?
Yep. And the way that the law is written, we have to administratively track all of these in perpetuity. In case they ever no longer meet the requirements of Prop 19, we have to be able to restore the value they would have received if they didn't have Prop 19. So it's causing us a lot of extra work without getting any of the beneficial revenue from that.
Well, I appreciate that you're tracking all this. Hopefully, we can have further discussions on how we talk to our state elected officials about the challenges for receivers of Prop 19.
no
Yes.
money.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to commend your department, Matt. I think for the volume of work, particularly with the growth that we're seeing in Placer County, you've had nominal staff adds, and I think your team has probably leveraged technology as a force multiplier more than just about anybody in the county. And secondarily, I want to shout out to you and to Tristan, because I was surprised when I stopped up to the local assistance center up in Forest Hill after the mosquito fire, that not only were your teams there, but you yourself and Tristan were manning your booth to help those following the fire. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's really, I think Tristan would agree too. It's our staff that make that possible. We had a downturn, as everyone knows, in 2008, and it really kind of showed us that technology is the only way that we could survive some of these tsunamis. And so we learned from that and we've built upon it. But this new growth is challenging, and we've kind of maxed out our technology, and we actually just have to have some positions. So thank you for understanding that and working with us.
Matt, I have a question for you. The transfer of your tax base, is that a one-time event, or can people use it multiple times?
Each person over 55 can do it 3 times lifetime. So if you are married, that means that you and your spouse can do it 6 times throughout your life.
What's the rule for under 55?
There is, you would not qualify unless you were a victim of wildfire, disaster. Yeah.
Okay. So the solution is we just have to get younger people selling and moving here. Okay.
One more question as well.
You bet.
You mentioned the wildfires. So with the Colfax fire and the mosquito fire, we lost significant properties. A number of people lost their homes. How does that affect those property owners and the tax base? Because, right, they're rebuilding their homes. It takes probably several years. How does that work?
So there's sections in the Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 170, is the calamity section, and it basically allows people to, it freezes their tax value. We remove the damaged improvements. So if they've lost their entire house, their improvement value would be reduced to 0 until they rebuild. And once they rebuild, we would restore that taxable value back to what it was, as long as they build within the same utility and the same size as what was there. They're also afforded some ability to transfer their base year to a replacement property of equal or lesser value, for better terms. We would transfer their base year value for them if they elect to do that and not rebuild.
And for those properties that we lost, how has that affected our property tax? I'm just curious, because it's a couple hundred homes.
Well, in Placer County, I believe that the damaged homes, I think were only around 21. Okay. The majority of it was land value loss and tree loss. That could have been extremely a lot higher if the fire department and the sheriff's office didn't do what they did up there in Forest Hill. It was really close, and that could have been devastating.
Absolutely. And a lot of structures were lost, but fortunately not as many homes. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, Matt. Thank you, and for your department, all your team. Yes, great presentation. You're doing a great job.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, your next department is the Treasurer Tax Collector, and Tristan Butcher and team.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Can you guys hear me now? Perfect. Awesome. CEO Jane Christensen and County Counsel Karen Schwab, thank you for having us. Tristan Butcher, Placer County Treasurer Tax Collector. We're going to take you through this presentation that was provided by or prepared by the CEO staff about the office. As you can see the breakdown, we have bond administration, investments, tax collection, and treasury cash flow. In addition to this, we also have business licenses that fall underneath of this. And then, the next slide is our accomplishments. This is really where we've excelled in the last year. We had a CFD bond issuance, which lately we've had one almost every single year. We also did a upgrade bond issuance for Western Placer Waste Management Authority, just under $100 million there. Our property tax volume managed is now 1.3 billion tax charge and over 226,000 tax bills. About 50,000 of those tax bills are printed in-house. They're mailed out of our office, and they're handled by our staff. The rest of them are taken care of through Document Solutions, and they do a great job putting those together and getting them out in a timely manner. We also manage all aspects of the $2.35 billion portfolio that we've grown to, our new high for February. With that, we have our three main priorities underneath government code, which is safety, liquidity, and investments and yield at the end of the day. By the way, today is April 10th. It is the property tax due date. If you have not paid your property tax bill, make sure you do so by 5 o'clock today.
Thanks for the
Double
reminder.
check, because tomorrow there is a 10% penalty. Yeah, so let's not wait. Our next slide is emerging issues. We're going to skip the first slide, or the first bullet point, and go right into the second bullet point. We have a lot of possible county lease financings, and then possible financings for special districts and JPAs that are coming down the pipeline. It looks like a lot of different projects over the course of the next couple of years as Placer County is constantly growing. We have the IFD district in West Placer that we're working on. It's a project going on about 20 years, and we're hoping to finally make some headway over the next year and get this project taken care of. We also have the increase in secured and supplemental tax bills. We're growing everywhere, not just here in the county, but also in the cities, right? So with every new development, that means more property tax bills. We have growth in Roseville. If you guys have been out to West Park and seen the size of West Park and how that's grown over the years, but also Lincoln, even Granite Bay. We have small developments going on, Loomis, Colfax, everywhere. So business has gotten bigger. We have more and more workload, and our office is able to accomplish it through new technology, but also the dedication of our staff. With the growth also comes new CFDs and joint powers authorities. It's more added staff time for us with the development of those and then the administration of those going forward. Currently, we have more than 10 bold CFD projects that we're working on that are in various parts of the development stage. I want to go back to that first bullet point. Salary savings has been increased to 10% of salaries and benefits budget. We have had a vacancy rate over the last 6 years of a roughly 10%.
20%.
20% when you include Empower, right?
No.
Okay, well, today we're at 10%, right? Our office is small. We have 32 positions that are approved by the board. We have 3 vacancies today. If we hire one position, we're coming back for a supplemental budget item. So one hiring would mean we'd have to come back and do a supplemental budget request. Our request today is to lower that back down to the 4% that has been annually budgeted over the years to give us the flexibility to hire without having to come back and do a supplemental budget item. Performance measures comply with all statutory requirements under the law. That includes getting the tax bills out by the deadlines, doing our mandatory publications, holding our treasury review panel, and holding our annual tax land sale. We have 0 capital expenditures in our budget. You can see over the last 3 years, that our expenses usually come in under. We're very frugal. We're a good public guardian of public money, making sure that we're only investing in things that we need to invest in to operate well. We've had a high vacancy rate over the last few years and have been understaffed. With all the growth going on, we need to be appropriately staffed going forward to make sure that we can cover all of the new work. This says $103,000 increase to salaries and benefits. The breakdown there is salaries and benefits increase of $436,000 as an increase, and that's offset by that salary savings of $333,000. I think if we can ask for that $333,000 back in our salary and benefits and put us back at that 4% level. Our other variances are $194,000 increase to service and supplies. Most of that is due to the ISF charges and professional services contracts. We have a lot of upcoming projects, so we budgeted additional professional services contracts for consultants. We also have a $44,000 decrease to the A87 charges. As you can see, our staff levels have gone down. That was because we removed 2 positions from the Empower program. As that program continues to wind down, we now only have 1 employee who's working on the Empower program because we still have the administration of the bonds and the outstanding loans for Empower, and he handles all of that work. So now we're down to a total working staff of 32, and we have no supplemental requests. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Any questions by the board? Yes, Supervisor Gustafson.
Sorry, let me swallow. I'm snacking on my nuts. On the property tax bills, 226,000 bills, do you have rough percentages on residential versus business?
I don't offhand, sorry,
Okay.
Supervisor.
I'm just always interested, people, to put it in context of what, what we're dealing with.
Roughly, we're growing at a rate about anywhere between 2,000 and 4,000 property tax bills a year.
2,000 to 4,000 a year.
And that's on our initial secured print.
Mm-hmm.
So as properties sell, we have supplemental bills, and that's what we're printing inside of the office.
Right.
Or they have value changes or something along those lines.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions?
I do.
Yes.
I wanted to better understand, Tristan, what your ask was.
Sure.
Just so I had it straight.
Sure. Currently, the salary savings in our budget is set at 10%, meaning our budget's been reduced by 10% for
Which
salaries.
we do with most county, or most departments, right, Daniel?
Correct, Supervisor. We historically, prior to this fiscal year, budgeted 4% flat across the entire county operating budget. This year, we brought the new initiative to right-size that so we can start capturing some of that actual savings that we earn at the beginning of the year rather than at the end of the year.
Okay.
So we did right-size that for every department.
And sorry, Tristan, now
Sure.
you're finished explaining to me. I
Sure.
apologize.
So it's 10% of our budget that's been right-sized. Obviously, that's only 3 positions in our small office, and we're looking to staff appropriately. So by hiring those positions, one of which has been out for recruitment for 7 months so far, once we do staff that, we will have to come back as a supplemental budget request. So if we just have the typical 4% that we've had in the past and make adjustments going forward in future budget cycles, if necessary, if we're not able to hire those and keep those levels where they need to be.
So currently you are out recruiting for 1 position or more than that?
We have 1 position that we're currently recruiting for.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Gustafson?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I would just say that I think we're all supportive. We understand the departments are having these impacts with our growth, and we need more staff to do that work. So I will defer to the end of our Tuesday session to figure out how we can direct on those issues.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I guess, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great presentation, and we'll try to help you out.
The mighty.
Short on today's tax day.
Gotta get back to the books.
Andy Sisk, your auditor controller.
Okay.
Make sure this is on. All right.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors, Jane, Karen, Andy Sisk, your County Auditor Controller. Thank you for allowing me time today to present our budget for fiscal 23-24. First, I know Supervisor Holmes couldn't be here today, but I got to thinking last week when he was speaking at the Government Relations Committee meeting, saying all the elected officials are speaking on Monday, and the sheriff goes first. Why? Because he has guns. So the more I kept thinking about it, Auditor Controller is speaking last, so I'm thinking you're saving the best for last. My budget is relatively straightforward. It's really all about people. And 77% of my budget is salaries and benefits. So not much more to say about my budget. Let's move right on to accomplishments. Attended and continued outreach to colleges and universities. So this last fiscal year, I attended the William Jessup University Career Fair in April 2022. I attended an event that Sac State put on called Meet the Firms. It's where a bunch of accountants and auditors and firms that are looking to recruit those talented people have booths. It was nice to see that HR had a table in the corner. It's something I've been pushing for years. And then I know upcoming we have, I think it's tomorrow, Sierra College. You know, we have an introduction with a dean out there at Sierra College. The thing that I would like to impress upon is I think we need a stronger presence at Sac State, especially since we're opening up a campus down in South Placer. Unfortunately, we were not able to get a table for the spring Meet the Firms event. I'm not sure why, but it's critical. When I attended back in October, I made a connection with the professor of accountancy, and I'll be speaking in that class in the fall, because she only teaches in the fall. But that's just an example of where I can assert myself into a classroom environment and teach students a little bit more about what we do in county government. We are providing a tremendous amount of education and training to our county users, and quite honestly, we need more of it. In November 2022 and February 2023, I've taught 8 classes, Introduction to Governmental Accounting, Budgeting, and Reporting in Workday. We are going to follow that up with 2 specialized classes on interfund transactions and accruals. We're going to do a specialized session with our external auditors on single audit in May. And then our general accounting team, which processes all the pay documents and journal entries in the county, they're doing a road show with a number of county departments, really helping them out on how we can more efficiently and effectively process documents and navigate all these different policies and procedures that we have in the county. And last, we've been working cooperatively with procurement, my internal audit division, along with myself, to really educate our users on the county's credit card program. More to come, but it's definitely something that's definitely important to me. Successful financial and internal audits. This is our 21st consecutive year receiving the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting. It has now been 9 straight years that the Western Placer Waste Management Authority has also received the Excellence in Financial Reporting. And I can't underscore this enough. This is critical when credit rating agencies are looking at Placer County and looking at the authority. Having a strong credit rating lends itself to better bond issuances, et cetera, et cetera. Internal audits. We had a successful peer review. You may be thinking, what's a peer review? Well, we have another county come in and take a look over our shoulders to make sure we're following the professional standards. So Yolo County came in, did an audit of our shop, internal audit shop and specifically, and we got everything generally conformed. And that may not sound like much, but that's the highest standard you can receive from another peer review. We're conversely going out to look at Napa County and their internal audit shop as well. We want to make sure that as counties, we're not reciprocating one another and hoping that you give us a good report, we'll give you a good report. We also had some survey results that came in from county departments on our internal audit function, and they came out very favorably. Last but not least, we continue, in my opinion, providing outstanding customer service to the public, our special districts, JPAs, and our county departments. Our impact is huge and has mostly been successful. I want to talk a little bit about the Workday Support Org. It's an envy of some of our other California counties. We're a model for how I think we should do post-support when you implement systems. And many of my colleagues are implementing systems currently and have implemented. And as I think about Butte County, who had to quickly put in and implement a project, They had 6 project staff. 5 of the 6 project team members left after the project ended. And why? Because those employees were doing double duty. They were doing their day-to-day job, and they were also working on the project. Burnout happens, then the consultants reach out and they grab them. Again, our county, I think, was a model and exemplified all that. We've retired 2 legacy systems. That's huge. So our old systems, PASS and Acorn, are gone. Even though we can still access them, we were still supporting them. We did all this internally. We didn't need consultants to do this. We worked cooperatively with the IT department. And again, the county's going to benefit with some cost savings as a result of all this. So what are we doing with all this paper? Well, we're destroying some of this paper. We, since the pandemic hit, we had 186 boxes that were sitting in our office that we've now destroyed. And it's always tough as an auditor to say we've destroyed papers, but legally we're able to destroy papers. We've archived 87 additional boxes and sent those to storage. Some of our emerging issues. Well, number one, we're trying to keep up with the demand for accounting and auditing services from county departments, special districts, and JPAs. For those that don't know, Placer County has 39 independent special districts in the county. We have 10 joint powers authorities. We just added 2 with Placer Conservation Authority and Lincoln SMD Wastewater Authority. We have 5 that were statutorily created, like First 5, IHSS, LAFCO, et cetera. And we have 4 nonprofits that we're actively monitoring, in addition to what HHS has to monitor as well, because a lot of our funding goes to those nonprofits. That gets in the area of subrecipient monitoring. It's important to underscore that the auditor controller is not required to do accounting and bookkeeping services for these special districts and JPAs. My requirement per government code is to make sure they're audited every year. That's why we include a number of these in our audit RFP for services, to hopefully bring down the cost, because that is where some of our special districts and JPAs have challenges. It's one, finding auditors to even do the work, but then when you start losing people that have been keeping the books for years, naturally they're going to turn to the county and naturally to my office to provide said support. Employee recruitment and retention. Big challenge countywide, not only for my department, but countywide. Just recently I had to recruit, brought on a senior accountant, brought him in at the highest step, step 10. 3 weeks later, he's gone. And I was excited to bring this person on because he was a CalPERS internal auditor. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about CalPERS audits. Unfortunately, he's left, and I didn't get to pick his brain. But the real issue there was more of a morale issue internally, that I had to bring this individual in at step 10, and the supervisor was in 71 cents of that hourly rate. So I had to make sure that that supervisor was comfortable bringing on this very talented senior accountant, and at the end of the day, the supervisor said, yes, by all means. It's for the better of the department, it's for the betterment of the county. Retention. I think it's critical that we retain our staff. Time is of the essence. We are losing too much talent, and I'm not sure why we're losing talent. But there was a great article the other day that GFOA put out on why good employees leave, and what are we going to do about it? Some quotes that they heard from staff. I can't take it anymore. We're short-staffed. I'm killing myself to hold it together. And nobody says thank you or goodbye. Life is too short for this. I can go work somewhere else. Another quote. I was doing fine just working from home. Now they're making us all go back to work. Call me crazy, but spending 3 hours in a car doesn't excite me. I'm updating my resume this afternoon. And last, another quote. I'm not passionate about this place. We're all about stuff I don't care about. I don't connect with my manager and the pay isn't that great. I need to find a better fit. Thoughts like these happen every day in many organizations, large and small. And while a certain amount of turnover is healthy and normal, when an employer hemorrhages staff, it can take years to recover. Succession planning, one of my favorite topics. It's critical that we have a succession plan in place. And again, I like to bring up the generational gaps, again, doing more research as to what's going on. And I think we've all know about the millennials and the Gen Zers, you know, this work-life balance concept. But fortunately, I don't have any Gen Zers in my office. I have some millennials, but the Gen Zers are coming out of this pandemic and they're wanting bigger checks and they're wanting an extremely flexible work schedule, something we as a county are really going to have to think hard about. But as I look at my 53 current staff that I have, 13 are baby boomers, 22 are Gen Xers. And of that 35, 14 are in management positions. So that basically means 25% of my management team can leave tomorrow. They all can retire, including me, but I'm not going anywhere. Okay? But that's illustrating what's coming. And this county in the late 2000s was really looking at those baby boomers, making sure that we had plans in place so for succession. And I think we need to be doing the same thing with the Gen Xers, because I have many Gen X managers that I think could be leaving within the next 5 years. Maybe we should have our managers do more. My managers are picking up a very heavy workload. And as we know, when you can't fill positions, it flows up. It doesn't flow down. We can't push that work down. So they're foregoing vacations and days to keep up and days off to keep up. I was reading a recent article about vacations. Only 40% or 48% of U.S. workers say they use all their vacation time. And I watch the back end because I'm on the back end of payroll. And I can tell you, many of our managers and employees, they cash out their vacation time. Many lose out. They hit the cap and they lose out on hours. Good internal controls suggest mandatory 2-week vacations. And it's not just taking a day here and a day here and a day here. This is full weeks that people should be taking off. Why? It's one of the best fraud deterrents in the world, because it's one way to pick up on fraud that may be occurring at someone's desk, because someone has to handle that desk when that employee is on vacation. So again, I would emphasize that these are things that we as a county need to be looking at. Let's talk a little bit about some of these performance measures, and yeah, it's easy for the auditor. We love numbers. But some of the numbers I want to point out are numbers where we are auditing documents after the fact. So right now, currently, we have 16,769. This is 21-22 numbers. These are paid documents that are called confidential. We don't see the backup. So that means we're auditing that backup after the fact. That makes up 6.4% of our population. All of a sudden, now we have confidential journal entries, some new phenomena that popped up when we implemented Workday. 687 of those documents. So for the total of 6,884, 10% are things, again, that we need to audit after the fact. And then more importantly, the credit card program. The credit card program actually started in 2013. $250,000 a year. I don't remember how many card users we had back then. In 2022, we're now doing $5 million a year in these credit card program. Okay, we have a $1.2 billion budget, so that's 0.4%. Very small number, but I think the point with this again is I'm not auditing these documents until after the fact. And when we audit all of these transactions after the fact, we're doing them on a sampling basis, assessing risk, et cetera. Positions. So I had to go back to the history books on this one to figure out how I got another funded position in the budget. And this took me back to the Great Recession. Because I remember in the Great Recession, as departments, we were asked to freeze positions. And the Auditor Controller's Office participated in that. We had 3 positions that were frozen, basically became unfunded. We had one of those unfunded positions that was still there. And thank you, Chad, and the CEO budget team for pointing that out to me. And we quickly funded it so I could get another senior auditor for the 22-23 fiscal year. So that leads me into my supplemental request. As you will notice, I'm asking for 2 positions. I'm asking for another senior accountant, and I'm asking for an internal audit manager. As I think about senior accountants and did a little research, and please know, the HHS needs accountants badly. They've got so many staff, they've got so much funding flowing through them. They have 5 senior accountants and 3 supervising accountants. The auditor's office has 5 senior accountants and 3 supervising accountants. With respect to the internal audit manager position, Nicole Howard was hired as my internal audit manager back in 2006-07. I'm glad to have stolen her from Hewlett Packard. When I became the auditor in 2012, she decided to become the assistant auditor controller, but also kept the internal audit function under her. And our desire all along was to have, someone in financial reporting, pick up that workload. It just hasn't happened. And quite honestly, I'm glad it hasn't happened, because in order to have good separation of duties, financial reporting and internal audit should be two completely distinct functions. So you should have one manager overseeing all these functions. By having a dedicated internal audit manager, it's going to free me up. I worked all day Saturday to finish up a JPA audit myself. It's going to free up the assistant auditor controller to focus more on operations. I've talked about the separation of duties. But more importantly, our departments need more oversight. We're a high-risk auditee right now. We had $25 million in audit adjustments. We need to nip that in the bud. I think the training and education is going a long way, but we need to get out to the departments and learn more about what's going on. At this point, I feel like I'm constantly putting out fires, cleaning up messes, triaging issues. I feel like I work in public safety, public works, healthcare, but it's a roadblock. These are roadblocks for me in what I'm trying to accomplish as your elected auditor controller. With that said, I really want to thank my auditor controller team for all they've done to keep us moving forward. In closing, I'm sure I've thrown you a curveball today with no baseball references, okay? Even though I just made a reference with the curveball. But I want this to be a day to celebrate. As I say this, being a season ticket holder for 30 plus years, we did it. Bring on the Warriors, and let's light that beam 16 more times. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, questions, Supervisor Landon.
Just one. I'm glad to hear that you're out on college campuses. That's great investment in the future, and obviously with the succession planning, super important. When you mentioned you weren't able to get a table at the Sac State event, is that due to something here going on internally, or is that due to them being full, or what happened there?
According to HR, they tried to get another table. Like, apparently Sac State was non-responsive to them. Okay. As the elected auditor, there's only so much I can do to have my seat out there, and I don't know the people that are in maybe career departments there. I know we're coming off a pandemic, but again, we need a strong presence. And being a Sac State alum, I want to do all I can to educate the students that this is a great place to work. So how do I get my foot in that door? I thought we had our foot in the door. I don't want to sit at the Institute of Internal Auditors table. That's how we got our foot in the door before. So I'd rather have the Placer County table. And again, I applaud HR for getting in to that session back in October, but it needs to be a constant. We need to be there every 6 months because we need accountants.
And so for the Gen Zers have you had Gen Zers apply for jobs yet? I know you said you don't have any in your office yet.
Not to my knowledge. I don't think the application shows the age. But we have had a couple of applicants that have stated they want to stay where they're at. Someone in Santa Clara said, no, I'm just going to stay here and continue, even though he lives in Rockland, said he wanted to continue to stay working for Santa Clara County because he could work from home, and it was it's easier for them. I'm not going to say it's easier working in the sheriff's office as an accountant, but the demands in the auditor controller's office with all these new standards that keep coming at us. And I forgot to say this earlier, these new standards when you're implementing leases and pensions and OPEB, they don't just apply to Placer County, they apply to all of our special districts and JPAs who also have to implement them.
So are you able to, in your department, is there flexibility for employees when it comes to teleworking?
Yes, we offer that flexibility. It depends again on what division you're in. So if you're in the office producing warrants, well, you're going to be coming into the office. But if you're working, well, let's say on the Workday application or financial reporting, internal audits, even internal audits is kind of maybe 50-50. We'd like to get more out to the departments because there's nothing better than observing and listening and watching operations in action.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes, our CEO, please.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up on your baseball construct, I wanted to thank you for being an all-star on two fronts. One, for your continued efforts to what I call up the accounting and fiscal literacy level of our county teams with the training that you've been offering, and I appreciate your bringing that to the attention of department heads recently. And two, for highlighting and so well articulating recruitment, retention, and succession challenges that I think the board has heard about from all of our departments today.
Thank you, Jane.
Other questions? No? Okay, well, having worked in the accounting field in my past life, and I wasn't all that good at it, I can appreciate the depth of your department. And so we'll do whatever we can to support you on that. Great job. Thank you, Andy. We appreciate your service.
Thank you all.
And our last department for today is Human Resources. And Kate Sampson here.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Kate Sampson, your Director of Human Resources. And it is my pleasure to have with me today Chris Barton, our Administrative and Fiscal Officer, who is a Placer County retention success story. Chris was part of our accounting team several years ago and promoted to gain some really valuable experience in some other county departments. And just a couple months ago, we were able to welcome him back with a promotion to lead our accounting team. So we're thrilled to be able to support that sort of career development and thrilled specifically to have Chris back. So with that, I'll just briefly review some of the details about our budget proposal for you all. This is our org chart, which demonstrates from a budgeting perspective some of the many programs that we prepare for from a fiscal perspective. I'd like to talk a little bit about this year that we are currently wrapping up and some of HR's accomplishments. It's no secret that you've heard from departments all day long how critical recruitment and retention is to their success, and HR wholeheartedly agrees. And that's where we have applied the bulk of our effort this year, because we're here to facilitate the success of other departments by being sure they have the assets they need to be able to deliver those critical services to county residents and other constituents. So briefly, I'd like to talk about some of the strategies we've put in place to increase our competitiveness in the last year. I would say that we have centered our efforts around marketing and policy modernization. In terms of marketing, we have made a number of changes that really addresses the current recruiting climate. We are doing many more continuous recruitments throughout the year. We are refreshing eligible lists much more frequently. We've rebranded job and benefit descriptions and have attended at least 25 job fairs this year and doubled our advertising expenditures for every hire we make over the last 2 years. So we've really been investing quite a bit of additional effort in tailoring our outreach plans to meet departments' needs. And that includes, of course, social media presence and targeted mailers and other collateral specific to really key positions that can be hard to fill. We've also adjusted our internship program and have really leveraged partnerships with educational institutions and are developing those relationships. I'd also like to thank Andy Sisk as a model department head for someone who's willing to actually participate in those connections so that faculty and advisors at some of our local educational institutions can put faces with names and actually talk about what skills do you need. I've got a really bright student. How do we, connect them with some of your vacancies, those sorts of things. So those are efforts that we continue to lean in on. In terms of policy modernization, we have greatly increased our automated applicant testing to help facilitate a more flexible environment for applicants to be successful. As opposed to, there is one finite time of day that you need to show up to take a test to be eligible for a position. Now an applicant to do it and can do that test in the comfort of their home or wherever is convenient for them over the course of many days. And it helps us be more successful in getting applicants through the entire process, not just submitting the applicant online. We are engaged in updating our comparable agency market analysis, as well as the regional talent pipeline management program to really invest in learning what skills do we need and how not only do we recruit for them today, but build a pipeline so that that talent is coming into the county workforce in the future. With the support of your board, we've also greatly increased the flexibility departments have in offering various hiring packages to really be kind of move the needle in terms of bringing on that top talent in their recruitment efforts. HR has also been working to enhance benefits, including both the development and retention of employees. In terms of learning and professional development, we've made a significant effort to convert what used to be in-person trainings, and we had a very robust program, but given the state of our workforce being in and remote and many different environments over the last couple years, we've converted much of that content to be either on demand or online trainings, including our supervisor series. So we find that offers the greatest flexibility to hit the largest swath of our employees, although we still provide in-person training as well. We're also thrilled to be in our inaugural cohort of the NACO Leadership Development Program for our executives throughout many of our departments, and are looking forward to the prospect of having cohorts go through that program every 6 months, as well as leveraging those folks for a mentoring program. Our other focus in terms of benefits has been caring for employees in critical circumstances. It's no secret that the last couple years have been challenging for many of us, and our employees are included in that group. We have implemented a first responder employee assistance program with law enforcement competency providers, as well as critical incident response. We've administered the COVID paid sick leave program provided by the state of California, and updated our bereavement and salary protection programs, our deferred compensation programs as we support employees preparing for retirement. And we're very excited to have recently transitioned to a new third-party administrator for our workers' compensation program, again with thanks to the support from your board, and are already receiving very positive feedback from our employees who may have been injured or have an illness related to their work, and the level of care that they are receiving through that new vendor. HR also works to engage employees, and this is in support of retention. We know that while it can be a challenge to bring folks in the door, it's a subsequent challenge to keep them here, and keep them here where the county really benefits from the investment it makes to train those people up and really get them to be fully competent at their job. One of the ways we support that retention is by acknowledging and recognizing those employees and giving them a sense of belonging here. We were thrilled to be able in HR to facilitate Employee Appreciation Day this last year, as well as our annual Service Awards event to recognize milestone anniversaries for employees who've been with the county for some time now. And we offer holistic wellness programs that seek to address physical, emotional, and even financial wellness of our employees, because we know that the health of our employees, when they're not concerned and thinking about other issues, means they're happier and productive while they're here at work. And again, we like to focus on creating that sense of belonging and work-life balance for our employees so that they consider Placer as an employer of choice and really consider staying with us. There are a number of programs that we use to support that, including the Placer Creates Employee Art Show. If any of you have enjoyed some of the artwork in our public spaces made by employees, that's one of the highlights of our year, just a fun way to celebrate the many talents of our employee population. Another area that HR has invested in heavily in the last year is managing labor relations. That's both to ensure compliance and make sure the county is meeting all of its regulatory requirements, as well as to foster that positive employee connection with our labor groups. We've negotiated and implemented agreements with 2 additional unions over the last couple of years. And that includes coordinating with the Auditor Controller's Office and the Workday team to ensure that our systems correctly implement what your board has approved. And we greatly value that partnership with those teams. Along with managing labor relations comes helping departments manage issues like grievances when there's a concern about contract implementation, as well as helping to manage employee performance to be sure that our departments are investing what they need to ensure employee success. There are a number of other regulatory and legislative updates that HR has monitored and implemented to ensure employees are receiving the benefits that they expect and deserve. And that's part of our efforts to protect both employees and the county. There are a number of ways that HR helps to provide for safe work environments. Over the last year, meeting Cal OSHA requirements has been a really critical component as we have now permanent regulations related to COVID-19. And we've had a number of inspections and other interactions with Cal OSHA that HR has supported on behalf of the county and its departments. We also complete equal employment investigations to support issues of discrimination and harassment. And I would say overall support the fiscal sustainability of the county by helping to manage costs and issues of liability. You'll notice a theme when we shift from accomplishments of the last year to talk about our focus for next year. And I don't think it will be much different from what you've heard from other departments. Everyone is highlighting for you the critical nature of recruitment and retention, and HR echoes that sentiment. Frankly, these challenges have the potential to compromise the continued effective provision of services. If we can't recruit and retain employees, services by departments suffer. And so we take our role very seriously in helping to facilitate department success in that avenue and recommending any adjustments to your board that we feel will help support the success of the entire organization. Because in truth, turnover, vacancies, and employment liabilities impact all department budgets, not just the HR budget. And so these areas will continue to be our top priorities. Just briefly, in terms of recruitment outcomes, we are thrilled to be preparing to recruit for additional marketing expertise to help tailor our outreach plans to be more successful in our recruitment efforts. And we will continue to evaluate policy adjustments and recommend changes to you in order to ensure that Placer is highly competitive, is an employer of choice, and is competitive in terms of finding the best talent in the market. We want to retain Team Placer as well. Once those folks get in the door, we'd like them to stay here. That includes, as I mentioned, our leadership and future mentoring programs. We also want to invest more in career planning to support those successful transitions as employees promote, and they know that they have a pathway here at Placer. Whether it's with multiple departments or one, we want them to know that they have a home here and a place to grow. We also would like to further enhance some of our benefit programs including some voluntary programs, voluntary benefit programs and discount opportunities. And also promote and further strategize on our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. Again, to underscore that sense of belonging and inclusion for all employees so they feel connected to the workplace and have a strong tie to this team and want to stay. I won't belabor the regulatory environment that HR works in, but I can tell you with confidence that every area that we support has evolving legislation and regulations that we are monitoring and implementing for you, whether it's CalPERS, state and federal labor relations and leave and disability laws, mandatory trainings, Cal OSHA, whatever it is, HR helps your departments to manage risk to the county so we can continue to provide services and manage our costs as well. But most importantly here, I'd like to offer that HR seeks to protect its all employees to ensure their long-term career success here at Placer and to continue to build trust with our greatest assets. We don't accomplish much without Team Placer, and so that's what guides our efforts for the coming year, as well as our fiscal requests to you. I'm sure you are reviewing these items at your leisure, so I won't review these various items that I've spoken to in terms of our objectives for the coming year. But do want to highlight, these are just a sample of the performance measures that we are tracking for you and that will be included in your budget document. It's always kind of staggering to me when I look at the tens of thousands of trainings we're performing, the thousands of benefit transactions we complete every year, and the number of applicants that are processed through our office and that we continue to try to find the best quality applicants so departments have choices as they're looking to fill critical vacancies. There are not a lot of exciting highlights in terms of our budgetary requests to you. This coming year's operating expenditure budget is just over 26 million with no capital expenditures, although I will highlight for you that like you've heard from other departments, HR is completely out of space. And so we are being as creative as we possibly can to work within the walls that we currently have, and we look forward to continued efforts for countywide space planning and as we work through the future growth here in the county organization. In terms of revenue and expenses, HR is largely funded by the A87 cost allocation plan, which is 2 years in arrears. So what we spent 2 years ago then shows up as revenue a couple years later. And we also have several internal service funds that are funded by various rates and charges to other departments and other clients as well. In terms of major variances, it's all the people for us. We have one allocation I mentioned that is strictly focused on marketing that we are looking to fill now. Other than that, cost of living adjustments are what makes up our major variances for the coming year. Our funded positions are stable, although I do want to share with you that we do have a couple of supplemental requests for your consideration. You'll notice here, at least for the last couple years, our positions are stable. When I go back to fiscal year 16-17, when the HR department was formed from personnel and risk, and there were allocations coming from a few different departments. At this point, HR has the lowest staffing ratio to funded county positions. And I think that makes sense. A number of you have heard about the growth going on in the county. You receive requests from departments to support the services they need to provide to citizens. But in that same time period, HR has not been growing to match what's happening in other departments. I have been reticent to request additional resources. We've done the absolute most we can, leveraging what we have. But you also hear the great demand for service and additional attention that departments are asking for. So to that end, I have submitted for consideration some supplemental requests. I'll briefly highlight, these are not in priority order, but I mentioned that we have doubled the amount of expenditures that we are making for advertising positions per hire. And in order to place all that tailored advertising, we do need, that is a significant workload that we have been trying to keep up with, and are requesting a senior administrative clerk to assist with implementing those outreach plans and develop collateral to support those advertisements. We are asking for a senior HR analyst who would be assigned to the benefits team and really be focused as a benefits expert, both augmenting the benefit package and ensuring compliance in terms of IRS and CalPERS regulations with our current benefit packages, and supporting some of the complex data analysis that we have the opportunity to do and need to do associated with the Workday system. We're requesting human resources analysts to support the labor relations program. As I mentioned, we have had a 100% increase in the number of labor units, which comes with the full complement of bargaining agreements and other duties, and this position will be assigned to fully manage those contracts and any side letter agreements and other interactions we have with those units. And lastly, but certainly but not least, we are requesting a management analyst to support our workers' compensation and safety programs. Because it was astounding to me when I saw it, I thought I would share with you that over the last 3 years, due to what are now permanent and ongoing COVID regulations, the HR team has processed over 2,300 leaves just associated with COVID. And each of those also has a case assessment attached to it where we, have to determine whether other folks may have been exposed. And we also have noticing that goes to departments and labor unions. And there is an extensive amount of work just generated from the ongoing effects of the pandemic. We have, again, done our level best to weather that storm, hoping it would be temporary, but it is not. It is permanent, and so feel the need to request your assistance with that ongoing workload so that we can continue to be successful with our overall workers' comp and safety programs, which we feel are very important given that there are some real cost containment opportunities that we can achieve with this position. And although I realize I'm standing between you and your lunch, I can certainly address any questions you might have. And thank you for your attention.
Questions by the board?
Yes. Kate, thank you for a great presentation, and your team that's in the audience. Thank you for all the hard work. In my previous career, I often encountered issues with employee turnover, and often it was it really needed attention at the management level, for respect and growth and acknowledgement. I mean, HR can do so much, but it's the people day by day, side by side. So what programs are we offering to department managers because it's almost like you're creating a menu of opportunities for them to then implement within their department. And based on some earlier testimony, I just want to make sure that we're building the tools they need to empower their staff to do that.
I would absolutely agree with you that the connection between an employee and their supervisor is perhaps the most critical. That's why I mentioned we were thrilled to re-release our supervisor series, which is a multi-part training program specifically for supervisors to give them some of those tools. You know, we find in doing exit interviews that some supervisors are so overwhelmed that they're not able to meet with their staff on a regular basis. And it's incredibly difficult to form that relationship that will support retention when you don't have the time to, you know, connect and discuss, you know, performance and career development. And so those are some of the tools that are addressed in the supervisor series. Additionally, we're thrilled to be able to offer this high performance leadership program.
And so that sounded very interesting, that was a new opportunity that would really assist in creating
It's
that.
brand new. We have had a couple of HR staff pilot it, and there have been a couple of additional folks in the county who've had opportunity to try it out. And we feel that in terms of creating that positive connection that motivates people to make positive change in the workplace, we're very excited about it. And the subsequent mentoring program that we hope to layer on top of that, so that those employees who are looking for that additional connection and wanting to learn from either their manager or maybe someone else in the organization who can mentor them and help them really engage in this team. We feel, you know, there's no one size fits all for every employee, but we want, as you say, lots of tools in the toolbox to support those connections, to be able to retain all our great employees.
I appreciate all the online opportunities, especially for the supervisors. But I do think one-on-one and interpersonal trainings where people can really ask, because there's so many variations on a situation that come up, and people can benefit so much from those that have encountered a situation and what they've learned from it. So it's a great perspective. I know it's a very challenging field, like all of the fields we've heard from today, and trying to recruit and retain the best here. I know we as the board, as you know, are trying to do everything we can to incentivize good lateral transfers into the county and retention of those employees, but we also have to invest in our leadership to make sure that they're able to encourage employees too. So I'm happy to hear about those programs. That's great. Thank you. Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much, Kate. And I appreciate your question about what type of tools are we providing to managers and supervisors to utilize, right? To say, how do you say thank you? How do you acknowledge and affirm and encourage, right? Those, sometimes it's really simple, but I feel like that's a message that we need to get out regularly on a regular basis, not just through a supervisor training, but a regular, this is how we do it, right? Sometimes it's really easy for people to get overwhelmed, supervisors, but if you get overwhelmed and you don't have an opportunity to connect with your staff leave, and then you're even more overwhelmed, right? So we really have to place a priority on making sure we do that as a team, all of us. A couple things. One, I love that you're looking at doing a mentorship program. I think that is really important, especially as younger professionals want opportunities to grow. They really need to hear from others, and I applaud that effort. I also wanted to ask you about the DEI effort, and are you looking to do that in-house? Are you looking to find a consultant to work with you?
Included in our budget proposal for next year is funding for a consultant that we think is really critical, not because we don't have capacity or skills in-house to look at these issues, but we feel that that sort of neutral third-party look is really important to help us assess what is our current environment and then help us develop a comprehensive strategy to then implement in-house. And I think for me, that external perspective is really valuable.
Great. You also mentioned when the department was formed in 2016, 17, the number of staff you had, has it just been the same since? You didn't, maybe I missed something.
I believe in the first year there were 2 staff added, and ever since it's been consistent.
At that number, okay. And then just my last question in regards to turnover countywide. I saw the number on your performance measures, and I don't know if that's, it says % of employees retained the past 3 years, past 3 year of date hire, 70%. So fill that out for me a little bit. Do we have a turnover rate? What does that look like? And how does that compare to other areas, other agencies?
Yes, thank you for the question. This is a critical area we've been looking at in terms of, again, when we bring people in the door and are successful in finding that talent, can we keep them for 3 years or more? Because we know from our research that that's sort of that very critical time frame to not only make up your investment that you've made in training new staff, but to get them invested in hopefully making Placer a long-term career choice for them. On a just countywide level, not associated with the 3-year time frame, the good news is we have declining retirement rates, we have stable turnover rates, and our vacancy rate countywide is about 9%, which is industry standard, I'll tell you, but in the current environment is far, far lower than what my peers in other counties are reporting.
You said 9% vacancy rate. What were the other numbers you used?
You know, what I would like to do, if I can give you a bit of a spoiler alert for a coming attraction near you, is to bring a comprehensive kind of state of the workforce presentation to you, so you have all those details. When we recently worked with a subset of department heads on turnover rates, I want to say we were, I believe we were at about 6%. But the vacancy rate is critical to me because my counterparts at other agencies are reporting 14, 17, 19%. I have not seen recently another county reporting a vacancy rate as low as 9%. So that doesn't mean we don't have work to do. We want to continue to be as effective as possible. And we do have some positions that are chronically difficult to hire. And so we really want to be more effective in those areas. But from an overall perspective, I feel that we still have, we are still healthy, we are competitive in the market, and want to solidify our position there.
Thank you. I know it is not easy to recruit nowadays. It's certainly a challenge for everyone. It doesn't matter who I'm talking to, right? Whether you're private or public, it's just really challenging right now. And how do we do the best we can, not only to recruit, but then retain people? And I think retention is definitely key. Thank you. Appreciate it, Kate.
Any other questions? I would ask Kate about, we've had several key positions that we've hired recently in this past year that left us within weeks. Do you have a suggestion for why we have that issue? Or I know they give you reasons that are family reasons, which, you know, that's kind of underlying, I believe.
I am aware, Supervisor Jones, of a couple of those instances, and it's always disheartening when, especially if you've invested a lot of time to find that right talent. I can tell you it's just not the experience that we see globally on a countywide basis, which I'm very thankful for. Mm-hmm. But it's a reason that we are looking at that first 3 years, because it doesn't help us to be great at recruiting if folks walk out the door, whether it's in 3 months or even 3 years. That's still disheartening and expensive for the county. Typically, when you have someone with that short a tenure, there are family issues or you know, another job offer that person's been in the market, and for whatever reason, it's just they've determined Placer's not the right fit for them, which again, we regret, although I think maybe Marshall said it earlier, that it's maybe nice to know sooner than later if somebody's not going to be a good fit, because we want to really invest in people who are hopefully going to make Placer their home for the long term.
Right, well, we've heard comments too about some people get in and are just totally overwhelmed. Is that due to understaffing?
That certainly could be, depending on the department and the position. We know nationally that burnout, particularly among managers, is one of the top 3 reasons for employee turnover right now. So it would be conceivable if somebody were to walk into a position and feel overwhelmed, that that's not something that they're, there may be other workload issues that we can help the department address if they're interested. But I could absolutely see certain positions throughout the county being both critical in nature and also very close to overwhelmed.
Okay, well, as Andy said, I guess we'll work on staffing as we can and hope for the best so that we can get some good positions. Yes, Supervisor Gore.
Just one more question, maybe you can just get back to us with it. The number of employees that we have countywide, say from 2016-17 to date, I'd like to know, how many we've increased, what percentage that is over the last number of years, because to your point, we have new labor unions and claimants and more workers' comp claims, unfortunately. So I'd just like to get a sense of the number of employees we've increased over that number of years.
I'd be happy to work with the CEO's office to get you a firm number. My back of the napkin showed a little bit north of 5% that we've grown in terms of funded allocations over that same time period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you so much for your in-depth presentation. We appreciate everything you do and all of your staff as well. Okay, that's about it, huh? So,
Yeah.
Daniel?
Yeah, thank you, board. That concludes today's presentations, and we are scheduled to be back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock with information technology first up.
Great, thank you. Okay, we stand adjourned.